Did you know Steve? Did you know this person? What would you say? By eye?
Yeah, she was actually nice. Yeah. I was like, that was a really nice email compared to the other ones.
Council member, did you know Steve?
You know what? I didn't actually know him.
I don't know.
Never got to meet him.
I wondered if you knew how to pronounce his last name. Okay, no problem. I'll take my best guess.
Last name.
I'm sorry, I should have researched that one.
That's okay. Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin our meeting with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Our deputy mayor, Katie Melendez, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Please rise. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we say thank you again to our city manager for the beautiful flag spreaders. The flags look very nice behind us now. We're going to convene our meeting this evening in honor of a colleague, a council member from Lemon Grove, Sativi Fa'ai Steve, passed away suddenly on July 8th. Councilmember Fa'ai, who was newly elected to his first term, was recognized for his integrity, dedication, and commitment to the community, and our condolences go out to his family and his friends. And we have some procedural items to cover that our city clerk will address.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the municipal code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you're ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you. To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk, secretary, staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may use the raise your hand feature to indicate that you'd like to speak or press *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the city council meeting this evening. Now we'll go to our city manager, John Conley, for the approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll be removing item D5, discussion item 5 regarding council meeting start time adjustment. Otherwise, no changes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one presentation this evening from our Public Works Director, Chris Arce, who's going to give us an update on the the Public Works Department for fiscal year 2024-2025. Welcome, Mr. Arce.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Chris Arce, Public Works Director. Joining me is Leslie Webb Blanco, our Administrative Program Manager. This presentation is informational only and no action is required. Tonight, I will be presenting an update on Public Works Department over the past fiscal year, a year of responsiveness, innovation, and collaboration. From maintaining the infrastructures that keep our city running to launching new programs that connect with our residents, every division, parks, facilities, utilities, streets, stormwater, wastewater, fleet, and administration has played a vital role. What you'll hear today reflects the pride of our team takes in their work and partnership we build across departments. Let's take a closer look at some highlights from each division.
We'll just have you pull those microphones closer to your mouth.
Oh, sorry. That better?
Yes, thank you.
Apologize. Currently, Public Works operates with 60 staff members across all 6 divisions. Parks Maintenance Division. Our Parks team responded to 204 service requests, reflecting our commitment to maintaining safe, accessible, and vibrant public spaces. We converted 2 tennis courts into 8 new pickleball courts, supporting one of the fastest-growing recreational sports in the community. We surfaced pickleball, tennis, and basketball courts at Thibodaux Park and Brangle Terrace Park, upgraded CalSense irrigation control system citywide. At Luz Duran, we extended fencing to 10 feet to improve safety and reduce ball-related disruptions to nearby areas. We slurry sealed and restriped Luz Duran parking lot, repaired deteriorated pavement at Brangle Terrace Park, installed new concrete soil to prevent rain erosion at Thibodaux Park. Plus, on Main Street, we installed 9 large planters and new tree well lighting, contributing to a more welcoming and walkable downtown environment. Facilities, Utilities, Maintenance Division. Facilities teams addressed over 1,600 service request orders, ensuring city buildings and infrastructures remain safe, functional, and responsive to community needs. 187 traffic signal issues sent to and repaired by a contractor. We work with our contractor to swiftly repair traffic signal malfunctions, improving road safety and reducing delays. We had 35 SCG&E streetlight repair requests, Vista house improvements, Wave Water Park roofs replaced, 5 in total, Wave Water Park restroom repaired, Adobe house chimney repair, Rancho Buena Vista Rotunda building exterior repair and paint, Rancho Buena Vista Rotunda bridge replacement, Jim Porter Rec Center fire alarm replacement, which was part of the facility master plan, and Fire Station 6 exterior fence replacement, also part of the facility master plan. Sorry. We replaced the fan motor for air conditioning unit at Civic Center, installed cameras for safe parking area at Civic Center, installed new underground electrical circuit for Thibodaux pickleball and tennis court gate timers. The utility teams addressed 550 requests, ensuring infrastructure remains safe. 3,622 dig alert markout requests completed, 500 banners changed, 200 streetlight repaired, 15 streetlight knockdowns repaired, and 151,000 square feet of right-of-way weed abatement to reduce fire risk and maintain clean, navigable public spaces. The Streets and Stormwater Maintenance Division, with 1,011 street service request orders, 592 graffiti service request orders. Crews actively remove graffiti within 24 to 48 hours to preserve community aesthetics and deter vandalism, reinforcing pride in public spaces. 35 citywide special events, 138 after-hour emergency callouts, delivering rapid response to urgent issues like fallen trees, flooding, and traffic hazards, demonstrating our commitment to 24/7 public service. 115 traffic engineering work orders completed, paving off Highway 78 on and off-ramp crosswalks at Vista Village Drive, palm tree and vegetation removal within drainage channel at Via Cristina and Foothill Drive, monument staining at South Santa Fe and Eucalyptus Avenue, conducted routine maintenance to meet stormwater compliance and reduce flood risk during heavy rains. Also, Alfredo Oliveras, our street maintenance worker to receive the Mayor Excellence Award. Wastewater Maintenance Division, 61 wastewater service request orders, 6,790 work orders created. They cleaned 1,320,000 feet, equivalent to 250 miles of sewer pipe. That's about the distance from Vista to Las Vegas. Routine cleaning prevents blockage, protects the environment, and ensures uninterrupted service. Closed caption TV crews filmed 240,000 feet, equivalent to 45 miles of sewer pipe. Our CCTV crew inspects underground lines to identify issues before they become emergencies, an essential part of our proactive asset management. 49 after-hour emergency callouts, 12 line spot repairs, removed, installed 5 new kites for Kites Over Vista program supporting the public arts. And in January 25, wastewater worker 3, Gerardo Oliveros, received statewide recognition for excellence in collection system management. The Fleet Maintenance Division, they completed 634 fleet work orders completed, 184 city vehicles and equipment service. This includes both fleet and fire department assets supporting public safety, parks, utilities, and more. Fuel dispense was 92,024 gallons of unleaded and 75,559 gallons of diesel. 210 tires were replaced. Routine tire replacement keeps vehicles safe and road ready, minimizing downtime and improving performance. 14 units purchased. That was vehicles, trailers, and equipment. The Administration Division launched a monthly community mulch and compost giveaway program. From September of '24 to the June of '25, 178.9 tons of mulch and compost has been given out at no cost to the residents of Vista. Our inaugural Public Works open house to showcase city services and engage residents. You can see the slide up there of our Public Works mascot, Public Works dog. Plus, we had over 150 people attend that. CalCycle grant funding received used oil payment program funds of $14,172. Beverage container recycling payment program, $25,138. The purchase of a Kubota tractor was made utilizing CalRecycle local assistance grant funding. Excuse me. Organic waste collections rolled out at Public Works, Civic Center, and the fire stations. U.S. Green Building Council California Green Business certified on July 3rd, 2025 for Public Works Building A. And then also Leslie Webb Blanco, who's next to me, was a recipient of the Kiwanis Employee of the Second Quarter. Across all divisions, our Public Works team continues to demonstrate what it truly means to serve with commitment, whether we're addressing thousands of service requests, modernizing infrastructure, improving our streets, or connecting with residents through sustainability efforts. We've shown that excellence is the standard we uphold every day. These figures presented today represent more than just data. They reflect the dedication, collaboration, and care that fuel our work across every department. Thank you for your ongoing trust and support. That concludes the presentation. Staff would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Arce. I know the entire council wants to say thank you to every one of the men and women that works in our Public Works Department. You and your team do a great job for us out there every day and keep our city clean and looking good and working. It's one of those things that when stuff breaks, people notice it. Sometimes they don't think about what it takes to keep it working when it's all working right. So thank you to all of your colleagues in Public Works for doing a great job for us. We appreciate you very much. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I'll echo the same statements. I think excellence is an understatement for the work that you all do and the speed in which you do it. I just want to thank you personally for the work that you did on Sunday. Within an hour from a call that I had sent in to our assistant city manager, the issue was corrected with some very disgusting graffiti that had been placed on a utility box. So I just want to say thank you for that. And your response times in general, every time I've ever brought something forward, Public Works has been on it immediately. So your crew is second to none. You all do a phenomenal job. Thank you for the update and the work that went into this. While I have the ear of the council and Public Works, the name of the gentleman that does our security outside escapes me, but he had asked if we can include a couple more no skateboarding signs on the walking path between the Civic Center and the library. So if we can accommodate that, I'd be grateful. Keep up the great work, though. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, just thirding everything that was said, thank you so much. I do have a few things that I'm just curious of. So one, a huge thank you for the additional height at Luz Duran Park. You know, a lot of folks, I may be one of them. We don't always have the best shot, and there's times where the basketball kind of goes over, right? And so now it's a lot better. And I had gotten this comment from quite a few people as I'm out there playing, and we just spark up a conversation. So I really appreciate that was completed, and it looks great. So thank you for that. I'm looking at the fleet. I know that when we were reviewing our climate action plan, we were looking at fleet conversion, And I had asked if we've done any preliminary studies as to different parameters for the fleet conversion. And I'm just curious if that's something that is being worked at, that will come to council, just so that we can, this is going to be like a large amount of years to figure out how to convert our fleet. But is that something that will be coming back to council this year, or is that something for next year?
Excuse me, that'll be something for next year, but I'm currently working on it. There's a model year purchase option till 2027. Other options are milestone options, but we have until 2027 to choose. We're moving forward. We've purchased 7 EVs so far. Our infrastructure, we're working on that with engineering, putting some new chargers at City Hall, at Public Works, and at different spots around the city. And then with that, we'll be purchasing more EVs for the supervisors for Public Works and code and different trucks or cars, SUVs that can do that. But for the bigger vehicles, of course, like the 10-wheelers and stuff, they'll stay as is.
Okay, and also these EV chargers are going to be set up for e-bike charging, but what I've been told, and I just want to clarify, is that there's not anything on the market that we can currently use to charge e-bikes because of they're being charged outdoors. Is that, if you could just give me an update on.
So this is an engineering item. I think the answer is that we can provide the charging facility for the e-bikes, but we have to have like a locker or an enclosed facility for them to put it in to charge. And that's not part of the current charging program budget. So we could do it after the fact.
Okay, yeah, I think it would be great to just discuss that in the future and just see what the parameters are. I know that there's certain, this is kind of like a newer thing, so the regulations might change. But I do want to take a look at that so we can be proactive as a council, and if we need to lobby, whatever state or federal body to even change those regulations to make it easier, because I would think that the cost to put a locker is probably significant. And then there's a whole programming aspect to it. So, and the reason that I'm bringing this up is that I do see on here 92,024 gallons of unleaded, which I'm just saying if they're like $4 a gallon, I don't know if we get, a discount, but we're looking at $368,096 in unleaded fuel costs. So just curious to see, once that item comes back to council for more discussion, is there a cost savings with going with EVs, right? So anyways.
Yeah, or I can give you something. So with that, our fuel station at Public Works over on Taylor, we have an agreement with VUSD that we work with. So about 40% of that fuel is us, or 60% is VUSD. And then they also get a big cost break for fuel going through the school district.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious to see what the total cost of fuel is, both for unleaded and diesel in the future. It's not an emergency, I don't need to know right now, but just flagging that. But I do know that that's, any kind of savings that we can get is great. And in the future, it'd be interesting to compare that to EV. I have a question regarding the after hours emergency callouts. What would that be comprised of?
Well, we have 3 different emergency callouts. We have the street standby team that does that, wastewater, and our fleet. So just for example, this weekend we had something, there was an accident. Our team goes out there, shuts down roads, cleans up any mess, wastewater, if there's a leak or a spill or anything, they'll respond to that. So that's, someone takes our work truck after hours and has it, and every week a new person will come on and they respond to different things like that. There's a majority of things that happen. Trees come down during the rains that are going, so different things like that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that seems to be a good number there, 49. And I had previously asked the city to make a spreadsheet that looks at the total cost of traffic accidents on our roads. But we only ever looked at our firefighter paramedics, which we end up spending about over $200,000 a year in labor costs that I'm not sure we're getting any recuperation from insurance for that. But I'm curious to see what the total package is, because you're telling me, right, some of these after hours are for accidents, and it's not just our firefighters. So I would love to have a comprehensive look of how much traffic accidents are actually costing the city on a yearly basis. Because I'm also looking at, over 200 streetlights that were repaired and 15 streetlights that were knockdowns, which I'm guessing it's not anybody just going and knocking it down. It's a car and reckless driving that's causing these knockdowns. So I think we really need to have a more comprehensive idea of how much these traffic accidents are costing the city and what kind of method we can use to recover any of this lost money with insurance companies.
So with that, when there is an accident, there's a sheriff's report. We do a cost recovery for everything that Public Works is doing, let it be a street light. This week when we had something, so we work with our risk team. We send that to them, and then they do all the paperwork that moves on from there to recoup that money that we've spent on, like I said, the street light, whatever we pay for it, our guy's time, the truck that drives out there and everything else.
Fantastic. So this should be pretty easy to pull that information and just audit it and see what percentage of funding we're actually receiving, to compensate this, because I think that's an important data point for the council. And that is the last thing is streetlights. And I see SDG&E streetlight repair. These are 35. Are these the old requests that we asked for repairs a long time ago, or are these newer ones, or is it kind of a mix of them?
35 is the total that we got this year. Actually, our relationship with SDG&E right now, we've been building on, and it's really good right now. So right now they actually only have one street light down on South Santa Fe, kind of by across Discount Tire. That's the only one that they have down right now.
Okay.
There is some other ones that lights are out, but the actual street light down, which was taking us a while to get them to respond, but they're actually doing really quick for us right now. So.
Okay, that's great. I know we threatened to fire SDG&E, but I'm glad that they're doing a lot better. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, that'll bring us to our oral communications opportunity. Any member of the public may address the city council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10, and the remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. It looks like we have one oral communications speaker, Sid Rothenberg. Well, we have a few more on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. Tonight, when I speak, it will be as a private citizen. Last Sunday, I left the Moonlight Theater after volunteering. It was about 8:30 p.m. and totally dark. I exited the park going down the hill from Alta Vista Gardens toward the senior center. I was driving slowly, anticipating the speed bump ahead. I suddenly became aware of a pedestrian to my right at the edge of the road, walking in the same direction as I was driving. The only reason I avoided hitting this person is because he was wearing visible white socks. Otherwise, he was invisible. This incident was not the first I have encountered, and I expect nor for others on the Bringle Terrace Loop Road, otherwise known as Jim Porter Way. It is also a common daytime occurrence with people fighting with their leashed dogs in the middle of the road as a car is slowly approaching. The Parks and Rec survey and proposed Bringle Terrace improvement report makes no mention of sidewalk recommendations along the Jim Porter Way. A full-length sidewalk along this road loop is also not mentioned on the prioritized city sidewalk list, understandably. Bringle Terrace Park is a heavily used park with a growing number of users. I suspect I am not the only one to have such encounters with these pedestrians. walking on the roadway around the park. In keeping with the city's desire to have safe streets, I strongly recommend the same consideration needs to be given to the Jim Porter roadway at Bringle Terrace, to have sidewalks to protect the citizens, and we now have speed humps, now a sidewalk next, perhaps. This recommendation needs to be reflected in the park's master plan for Bringle Terrace park improvements. Thank you for listening to this.
Thank you, and our city manager has some information for you about that.
Just for the council's information and for the public, the Parks Master Plan that was approved for Bringle Terrace a few months back by the council does include a path around the park that would provide pedestrians an option off the road. It's not funded and included in the CIP yet, but it is in the master plan. Thanks.
Very good. Now we'll hear from some speakers on Zoom. We'll start with Terry Ann Skelly, followed by Madison Rapp. Terry Ann Skelly.
Good evening, Vista City Council, Mayor Franklin. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I came this evening to share information from today's Board of Supervisor meeting. One of the agenda items, item 25, was about improving and increasing the number of county programs for those with substance use disorder. The staff report provided important substance use information from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, which highlighted significant and persistent substance use treatment gaps. As the National Survey on Drug Use and Health reported in 2020, and I quote, in 2023, an estimated 19% population needed substance use treatment in the past year, where only 25% of that large number actually receiving treatment. And that is especially true for young adults between the ages of 18 to 25 years old. The National Survey on Drug Use and Health also tabulated that number of teens in that age group who are using marijuana daily, and it is at the highest level. Subsequently, as predictable with daily use of marijuana use, the National Survey on Drug Use and Health indicated that among older youth, 18 to 25-year-olds, 65% have developed a cannabis use disorder. Cannabis use disorder is a recognizable addiction syndrome as described in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Illnesses. Many parents and public health educators ask the county today for a commitment to provide upstream prevention efforts in addition to treatment. Thank you for hearing my concerns, and have a good evening.
And now we'll hear from Madison Rapp, followed by Becky Rapp.
Hi, good evening, Vista City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I wanted to bring your attention to alarming new data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, widely recognized as the gold standard for tracking public health. Between 2014 and 2024, cannabis use disorder, or CUD, among kids aged 12 to 17 rose from 2.7% to 4.7%. That's a 74% increase. That's 1.2 million children, many starting at just 12 years old. That's over 500,000 more kids struggling with addiction than just a decade ago, more than the entire population of Atlanta. Even more disturbing, in 2024, 78% of kids who used marijuana monthly met the criteria for addiction. That's more than double the rate from 2014. And these are not isolated cases. Among 18 to 25-year-olds, 65% of monthly users are now addicted. Mental health is deeply tied to this crisis. 1 in 4 teens with major depression used marijuana in 2024, up from 20% in 2021. And it's the highest rate of use across all drugs. The same trend shows up among teens with moderate to severe anxiety, where marijuana use is again the highest. And this doesn't stop at adolescents. Over half of adults with serious mental illness used marijuana in the past year, a jump from 41% just 3 years ago. This is a public health crisis being supercharged by an addiction industry. Big Weed using the same playbook as Big Tobacco. They're pushing legalization, normalization, and rescheduling knowing full well the most vulnerable, our kids, will pay the price. I urge you to treat this like the warning it is. Take action to push for stricter controls, education, and support systems. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Becky Rapp now, followed by Megan Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Becky Rapp, and tonight I wanted to say how I appreciated the presentation given regarding traffic safety and recognize Councilmember Contreras for inquiring that staff provide the most updated information. Having accurate and timely information is essential because it allows us to see what's really happening on our streets. And most importantly, it helps us identify solutions before more lives are lost. I also want to highlight how quickly driver behaviors are changing. A recent article reported that 1 in 3 millennials and Gen X workers now choose cannabis-infused drinks instead of alcohol after work gatherings. While alcohol still dominates, these trends show that marijuana is becoming a regular part of social rituals, often in place of alcohol. This matters for Vista because impaired driving risks are no longer limited to alcohol alone. Our updated traffic data must take into account marijuana use, marijuana beverages, and even the mixing of substances. Traffic safety is not just numbers on a chart. Each statistic represents a neighbor, a friend, or even a child walking or biking to school. And we know that impairment, whether from alcohol, marijuana, or other substances, can turn an ordinary trip into a tragedy. By using updated data and staying aware of these emerging trends, Vista has the opportunity to anticipate risks, direct resources where they are most urgently needed, and reinforce that traffic safety is public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Megan Stewart, followed by Judy Strang.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Megan Stewart, and I'm here tonight with a background in social work and experience working directly with youth. I would like to encourage you to carefully consider the unintended consequences of actions such as permitting marijuana businesses, allowing marijuana promotion through events, special events, or failing to adopt strong smoke-free policies. The Government Accountability Office recently released a report to Congress highlighting that young people are bombarded with mixed and contradictory messages about marijuana. On one hand, we tell them that substance use is risky, that it can derail their health, education, and relationships. But on the other hand, as cities issue commercial permits or allow marijuana to be promoted in public spaces, the message they hear is, this is safe, this is normal, this is acceptable. As someone who has sat with teenagers struggling through school suspensions, fractured family trust, and declining mental health, usually connected to marijuana use, whether by themselves or their parents, I can tell you firsthand that children and youth are paying attention to the messages we send. They're not just watching PSAs put out by public health agencies, they're also watching us. The GAO report made it clear that when prevention messages are undermined by environmental factors like marijuana permitting and commercialization, the campaigns lose their effectiveness. Teens are not acknowledging risks because the environment around them is telling them that it's no big deal. Permitting marijuana businesses, setting smoke-free protections aside, or turning a blind eye at marijuana public events is not neutral, and it is setting the tone for our youth and young adults by directly undercutting the prevention work being done in our schools, by parents, and by community organizations. By rejecting policies that would expand or promote marijuana access, we are sending a clear, consistent, and truly protective message to the next generation. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Okay, now we'll hear from Judy Strang, followed by Lou Callies. Judy Strang.
Sorry, I didn't see the unmute button.
Okay.
Judy Strang here. And hello, Vista City Council, Mayor Franklin. I am the grandparent of a family of 3 young children who live in your city, and I'm a public health educator. I just want to thank you for the presentation 2 weeks ago from the Center for Tobacco and the Environment that's housed at San Diego State University, where it just happens I have another grandchild going to school. I hope that you took to heart their mission to prevent, reduce, and eliminate tobacco's toxic legacy of environmental pollution and harm to human health. As you know from that presentation, they recommended that our cities consider reducing the amount of tobacco litter that finds its way into our sidewalks and into our water systems by adopting a smoke-free public place policy and a smoke-free MUH policy. I think this is heartening because you already began the discussion of what smoke-free MUH policy might look like. And we could extend that conversation just a little bit further to smoke-free outdoor places. Several cities now in this county have adopted both of these policies. I think since you already have a TRL policy in place, you have already shown your enthusiasm for improving the health of your citizens by adopting these types of policies. So I'd like to suggest that since you've now had that presentation, perhaps you put on the agenda at some future city council meeting a discussion of what would be involved in considering smoke-free public places and MUH. When you think about equitable policies, is anything better than making sure that everyone that lives in your city, regardless of financial or living situation, has clean air? Thank you.
Lou Callies.
Hello there. Thank you so much for having space for me to speak today. I just wanted to address the council and make sure that somebody mentioned that a lot of anti-cannabis policies, procedures, and rhetoric, or rhetoric and policies that are adopted in order to limit public access to cannabis, either recreationally or medicinally, is often misinformed and misguided because there are no cannabis experts, and there are especially no experts in the impacts of policing and criminalizing cannabis. What some people might not know is that access to safe cannabis that is farmed and harvested in a responsible way in any city actually reduces the amount of overdoses by opioids as well as many other positive impacts, because cannabis use is actually, though it is federally recognized still as a Title I substance, does not have at all the negative impacts that substances that are normalized and legalized federally, like alcohol. So, and also when we see a push for increased policing or surveillance on cannabis use, it is often an excuse in order to increase the incarceration rate of minority groups such as Black citizens and Hispanic citizens specifically, but it could happen to all of our youth. So before adopting any policies that limit access to cannabis products publicly or that increase policing of cannabis products, it is recommended that the council considers other motives that might be veiled in that policy before proceeding. Thank you.
Okay, those are the end of our requests for public comment tonight, so we will now close the opportunity for public comment at tonight's meeting. We'll move to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk's secretary at the dais, or by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom, or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 7 consent items this evening. Deputy Mayor.
I would move to approve the consent calendar.
Councilmember Fox.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other requests to speak, please cast your votes. I would just call out, I'm excited, what, we have 35 new parking spaces down? 28 new parking spaces downtown at Michigan, which is going to really help all of our businesses down there. Very excited about that. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to the first of 4 discussion items this evening. The first is one regarding city sidewalk prioritization and our plan therefore. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Traffic Engineering Division Manager, Sam Hassanen, and Principal Transportation Mobility Planner, Dara Woods, will provide the staff report.
Good evening. The item before you tonight is the citywide sidewalk prioritization plan. And to start, a brief background on this item and a little recap on a few of the slides as well. In February 2024, City Council directed staff to prepare a priority plan for pedestrian projects. And based on this direction, staff worked with a professional engineering consultant to help establish a formal citywide sidewalk prioritization plan with key objectives to identify all sidewalk gaps along public roadways within the city and develop a methodology for prioritizing new sidewalk projects. The plan used data from previous planning efforts which already identified areas in the city that had missing sidewalk, and this data was reviewed and updated for accuracy. The data was mapped to visually highlight the areas of missing sidewalk through the city so that project areas could be more easily identified. These areas were then grouped, first based on project areas already established in the city's approved citywide safety action plan, also known as a CSAP, or in Safe Routes to School plans, and then also by common geography. And this grouping was done to help create project areas of more substantial size for implementation. The slide before you, on the left, the areas in red were the areas that were identified with just missing sidewalk in the city. On the right is an image of the project areas that were ultimately identified based on groupings. In total, the plan identified 121 project areas with a median project of about 0.8 miles. After the project areas were identified, the next step was to develop a methodology for prioritizing these sidewalk projects. And the goal of the plan was to have a uniform, transparent, quantitative approach to evaluating and ranking project areas. So to ensure this consistent evaluation approach, efforts already vetted by the city were used for some of the criteria, which I'll go into more detail in this presentation. The slide before you lists the 8 criteria that were ultimately used to evaluate and rank new sidewalk projects. And over the next few slides, I'll go in more detail on each of these criteria. One criteria used was the VISTA General Plan Update, also known as the GPU Active Transportation Trip Attractor Model. And essentially, it's a model it's modeled the trip attracting destinations in the city, such as the transit center, sprinter stations, schools, parks, and so on. And the image on the right reflects this modeling and shows those high attractor areas. Another criteria used was the GPU Active Transportation Trip Generator. And that essentially modeled the areas of the city expected to generate higher amount of walking trips. And that image is on the right screen of the screen. Another criteria used was the GPU roadway classifications, which assign points to higher classification streets such as major arterials, since these streets typically have higher posted speed limits and larger traffic volumes. And there's a greater need for pedestrians to have sidewalk within the right-of-way on these types of streets. Another criteria used was the GPU 2050 land uses, which assign points based on land uses that have higher expected pedestrian use and demand, such as commercial, office, and civic uses, and so on. Another criteria used was the VISTA Citywide Safety Action Plan High Injury Network, and this was used to assign points to projects located along high accident corridors. Another criteria used was assigning points specifically to projects that were located where there had been mid-block pedestrian-involved collisions. The Vista CSAP equity needs was a criteria used, and that was done for consistency with most grant applications, which look at disadvantaged populations. And this criteria looks at locations where essentially there's a higher likelihood of more walking trips. And another criteria used with the city's Safe Routes to School Master Plan Improvement Project areas. And this criteria assigned points to missing sidewalk projects that overlapped with already identified Safe Routes to School improvement projects. That briefly summarizes the 8 criteria that were used. The table before you summarizes these 8 criteria and also goes through the breakdown for each of the criteria used, and the total maximum points for a project was 28 points. The last step of the evaluation process included a score adjustment factor, and essentially that score adjustment factor was applied to streets where sidewalk was already on, was missing on only one side of the street. And that was done to ensure that the city's limited funding is allocated to projects that have the greatest pedestrian needs. An item to note is that as part of this planning effort, the consultant was tasked with developing cost estimates for 10 high-priority projects, and that was done to help budgeting for future CIP projects and also for pursuing possible grant funding opportunities. When these projects were ranked, staff did find that some of the top projects were already cost estimated in other efforts, so we just substituted it for the next highest ranking project. And the slide before you shows the top ranked projects. It might be a little hard to see, but the projects that are bolded were the projects that were ultimately cost estimated, and the others had cost estimates already prepared through other efforts. And another item to note is that the red asterisk identifies the projects that have eligibility for CDBG funding. In conclusion, tonight staff is recommending City Council approve the citywide sidewalk prioritization plan, and upon City Council approval of the plan, staff would use it to prioritize funding and apply for sidewalk projects. And that concludes my presentation.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Did we happen to have any speakers on this one?
Oh, thank you very much. We do have 2 speakers. Appreciate that. We'll hear first from Frank Pendleton and then from Sid Rothenberg.
Thank you for this. I'm sorry I'm late in getting my information. I didn't know you even had anything going on. I live at 1501 Anza, Corona del Vista Mobile Home Park. And I want to thank Matt Atterbury and staff. I want to thank everybody because it's only been a couple of weeks. We're rather unique. Part of our lot, we don't have any sidewalk there. That road is kind of an S-curve. We do have 2 schools. We have the charter school and the high school by us. We're a 104-space senior park. Our seniors are out walking. It's the only place they cannot walk on a sidewalk for the 1.1 mile around. I've literally seen some, they have to come up, because we're sharing a driveway with Nob Hill, they're having to step into the street, and when they do with the gutter, they almost fall. It scared me a couple of times. Also, because up there, that curve, over the years, cars have come through that curve and gone onto our property and through our fence. Through whatever, they put big boulders out there. They were still trying to do it. The city has now put the yellow and black arrows. This means that the people are having to walk basically in the street, on a street that isn't really safe. Pardon me here. Anyway, what I'd like to say is I know that we are way down the list. I don't think anybody has taken it. One of the other things is, since you put in the circle down on Beaubier, and with all the lights out there on Vista Way, Arcadia up to Anza has become a shortcut. Unfortunately, not because of that. I'm sure you're all aware of the bad accident that was up there Sunday night, where about 4 cars were totaled. I hate to say it, that was right behind my house. It is a very dangerous road, and the last thing you want are people walking on it. They walk in both ways, in the street, or they walk in behind our property. I've talked with Matt, and they were great about coming out. I would really like you to consider maybe moving this or And I want to thank you guys for years ago, because we had a problem with the street light there. There was no street light, and people were getting their cars hit. The city was great about finding a way to make it work. This is only maybe 500 feet of sidewalk. And also, right quick, when we come out of our park, in order to hit the handicap sidewalk, we have to walk out. Either way we do, we got to walk on the street. Maybe, just maybe, you guys can do something. Matt, the whole staff, Jeff, please, I urge you for these senior citizens, because all they take is one trip, one fall. That could be the end of their life, and especially with cars coming through there, they could get hit. But thank you very much for your time. Please, please try and consider it, even if it's a year from now, please.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Sid Rothenberg.
No, good evening again. There were 133 sidewalk requests, and 16 were rated as having a high enough criteria number to make it to the immediate most, to need the attention most immediately. I'd like to look at number 3, East Vista Way. I drove it today to see where the sidewalks are, and it appears that it has sidewalks, so I'm not quite clear on what you plan to do. And I went up to Bon Air to pass by the 1385 Bon Air address for the San Diego Center for the Blind. And there are sidewalks on both sides of the street except for one section across one house that's just dirt gravel that's immediately adjacent to the Center for the Blind. And otherwise, there's sidewalks on both sides of the street. So I would hope that might gain some attention to just complete that in that section, considering that it's accessing that particular service. Euclid, number 5, Euclid Avenue, Ocean View Drive, and Park Avenue Circle, the things that are in the downtown area, I think that I would give that attention, because it is downtown and you're going to be developing downtown and there's a lot of pedestrians. And the circle is confusing, especially at night. Number 5, I think I just said, number 7, West Vista Way, Thunder to Route 78 westbound ramp. So that is between Tri-City Hospital going past a number of bus stops and a lot of commercial business, and I think that's critical because there are going to be a lot of people walking from all those medical services, so on. 13 was Plymouth Drive, Olive to Vista Village is another popular shortcut that people will be using and have been using increasingly to bypass a lot of the Melrose section. And probably that has a lot of pedestrians. But following up the man before me, I'd like to put in number 63, which is the Anza Avenue. And just to back up all the things he says about how critical that stretch is and how dangerous it is. And if I were to come from the Antique Gas and Steam Engine Museum and want to get over to the Senior Center as fast as I could, I'd turn north on East Bouvier and right on Anza and zip right on across East Vista Way and head to the Senior Center. And then it is a shortcut for the high school and the other schools that the gentleman offered. So I would recommend be putting that one forward into your consideration. My observation after completion of the Lotto de Loma sidewalk is, if you build it, they will use it.
Thank you very much to our public speakers. We'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item at this time. And Deputy Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for this really comprehensive prioritization framework. This has been a long time coming. Thank you for some of the detailed background on this item. I do want to get into that a little bit, but also thank you to the speakers. It's so clear to me that we have a number of sidewalk priorities throughout the city, and every neighborhood is looking for better infrastructure. So this is hopefully a way where we can aim our resources at those that are the most critical areas in the city, and using an empirical process, develop infrastructure that's going to keep people safe. I'm proud to support sidewalks. I've always been a supporter of sidewalks. There's never been a sidewalk project that's come before me as a council member that I have refused. I think that sidewalks are vitally important and that we need to provide world-class infrastructure for our community. But as we're reviewing this, and I think there are some updates we can make to this prioritization policy, I do want to share for the benefit of the public a bit of oral history as to how this came about. I do see it's coming before us as a staff item, but I initially requested this to come before the council. At the time, it was beginning of 2024, and before this time, and before now, any infrastructure project, sidewalk, any type of initiative like that that came before the council was initiated by council members only, right? Maybe there were staff recommendations, maybe there were larger capital improvements that the city was making, but piece by piece, we've built our city. And like I said, I've always supported sidewalk projects, and there was a time where, I've supported many projects that my council members have brought forward. And unfortunately, in February of 2024, I brought forward a proposal for sidewalks on Plymouth, which you'll see is number 13, lucky number 13 on the list. And unfortunately, I did not get council support. And you can see how that might have been really disheartening, right? Because up until this point, we have trusted each of the individual council members and the mayor to advocate for their community, their city, their neighborhoods that they represent, and to bring forward proposals that are going to be a good use of public resources. But finding that my project was being denied, I thought, now I need to become a better administrator, and we need to come up with better systems so that we can ensure that there's equity, that there is transparency, and that there is justice for all, that we all have an opportunity to get our projects prioritized. So I did make a request and put it in a motion that we move forward with some sort of prioritization framework. I don't necessarily get any praise for this, and I have gotten pushback, but this is the responsibility of good government to make sure that there are transparent processes in place so that we can be accountable. And in reviewing this, I've spoken to many stakeholders. I've spoken to members of the San Diego Taxpayers Association. I've spoken to residents, and I've spoken to other civic leaders that agree that these are the type of frameworks that help us move our city forward. Now, I know that there's a whole list of streets, and some of the streets that are on this prioritization list have already been approved, right? They've already been approved and funded, and they are going to move forward without this type of empirical framework. But we can rest assured that moving forward, we are going to have a more transparent government. And I'm advocating for you, and I'm advocating for the city staff, and I'm also advocating for my council, that we can have really effective discussions about infrastructure using solid metrics like are described here. And all the metrics that you've described are really essential, right? We want to be building sidewalks where they are going to be the most used, and we want to be building sidewalks where it's going to enhance safety the most. And one of our speakers did mention accessibility, and I really appreciate that being brought up. It seems like we're on the same wavelength, and we're tapped into those concerns about accessibility. We do have some institutions throughout the city that cater to people with disabilities. And I would want to make sure that there's some sort of element in this prioritization framework where we can prioritize accessibility for those individuals or those institutions that are focused on people with disabilities. So at the Center for the Blind, I do understand that there is a small portion of sidewalk that is missing. Perhaps there needs to be an accessibility or disability component to this prioritization so that those folks don't have to wait as long for their sidewalk to be delivered to them. So that would be one of my recommendations. Sam, would you help me understand, is that something that we can include?
Good evening. We have not included that explicitly just because in our mind, accessibility, just, ADA basically requirements apply equally across, all the locations. However, we could probably come up with something, if that's the wish of the city council, that to add ADA accessibility as a specific criterion.
And I did speak about this with the city manager yesterday, and I do get requests from the public. I'm sure we all get requests from the public for sidewalks. Some of those requests are, about, common recreational activities, wanting to walk your dog, making sure kids can walk to school safely. But some of those requests that I've received are on the basis of disability, and our residents pleading that we provide some sort of infrastructure for them. And I would have to put this over to our city attorney. What is our ability as a city to design for those individuals?
I think we'd have to be pretty careful about that. We can't inquire about disabilities. We can't, this would have to be all voluntary information we would need to get from them. But I'm sure there's a way we can do it. It's just going to have to be sort of much more tactfully done.
I understand, we're not seeking out information about people's disability status, but if we were to see that there's an institution, perhaps a living facility or an institution of learning for people with disabilities, is that something that we could include in this metric without triggering any type of anti-discrimination laws?
I think we can, just like we would for schools. We would use schools as a criteria for sidewalks criteria. So yeah, I believe we could.
Okay, and maybe, always trying to become, more excellent and improve upon what we're already building. So we'll see what the rest of my council says about that. But if I need to, I'll work offline with staff to see what are those institutions that serve people with disabilities and how can we make sure that we're including them, just like we're including schools, like we're including transit centers. I do want to make sure we're being inclusive. So that would be top of mind for me. And then we also see that there's grant opportunities, and that's really important as well. So I really don't want this list to hinder us. I want it to be a way of providing transparency to the public. But if there are grant opportunities and we are able to kind of put more funding pieces together, does that help us raise that street to a higher level on the list?
Potentially, yes. So as far as the grant programs that are available out there, they do require projects that have more than just the sidewalk element in them. All the grant programs now are looking for complete streets, that have multiple components like, roundabouts, pedestrian crossings, street lighting, landscaping, transit improvements. So those tend to be obviously more comprehensive and more legwork at the beginning. And, we've seen some of those like Emerald and others where we hire a consultant, do, all the community outreach, come up with the concepts, then put that in for grant applications. And even that obviously is, these programs are extremely competitive, but some of the projects on the list have already been packaged, as such. Mm-hmm. And we'll, go down the list and see if there's any other locations that make sense to make complete street projects out of them. Obviously with the help of a consultant, again, just like we did for Emerald and Townsite, the project that we just built.
Okay, no, I appreciate that because within this framework, there's flexibility, it sounds like. Okay, well, I am very proud of this. This was an opportunity for our city to improve upon our process. It was an opportunity for me as a leader to say, where I have grief, where I have grievances, where I have lost the battle for my neighborhoods, how can I come in and do better and make sure that we have more transparency and more equity. So I am very pleased with this, that we have this going forward. It's going to really very much protect the citizens and the taxpayer. And with that, I would move to approve this sidewalk prioritization plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Yeah, well, thank you. thank you for putting this all together, and thank you to the deputy mayor for asking for this. I'm a numbers guy, so I really like having tools like this to use for different things. As community members come to me, it's something I can now use as a tool and check and see how things rate and utilize it for a lot of the things that I'm doing on the back end as well. And I know how difficult it is to quantify a lot of these things. Some of the things like the accessibility and some of those things are where it's just a small little section on one street could be hard to pick up in any kind of broad analyses like this. So I think I'd like to also echo the need for some flexibility on things like this. While it's a great tool to utilize, I wouldn't want to tie us down where it's like, listen, we got the Complete Streets grant from Emerald, but it's number 8. So sorry, we have to do 7 projects before we can get to it. We'll have to wait on, something like that. Or if there's a project, a road specifically like Anza or the segment near the Center for the Blind, where council members can still bring projects forward outside of this list and for specific safety reasons or something where, listen, hey, it's number 63, but this is a safety or accessibility concern that's not captured in the number. So yeah, we'd like to bring these separately still. And so as long as we're using it as a tool to help guide us and not as a set of laws that binds us where we can't, be a little bit flexible with it and see these individual unique situations, then I think I'm very much in favor of doing things like this. The criteria, I thought I thought they're very well laid out, and I thought a lot of the scores were done well. There was a couple pieces where I felt like maybe we could, where there were some priorities that I had that I think maybe are worth a little bit more weight. For example, like the safe routes to school, things like that, where it's about 10% of the entire score is, it's within a safe routes to school project. Whereas, personally, I think out of anyone who's going to be utilizing sidewalks on a daily basis, I think our students are probably some of the most common. And so, I'd recommend maybe moving that to 5 or even more points, and then maybe even giving some points to projects that don't maybe qualify for the safe routes to school criteria, but are still within a half mile or a mile of a school where there's still some sort of, or there's where students commonly walk from. So that would be one of the scores that, I could see boosting a little bit. The high injury network and collisions, I think that's also, they're 3 points each. So it was 6 points out of 23, I believe. It's about 20%-ish of the score. If there's a lot of injuries in an area, that sounds like there's a lot of pedestrians there already, and it's unsafe. And so a combination of those together seems like it would be something that I might recommend putting a little bit more weight on. And then the last one that wasn't in here, but I was speaking to some residents, and it came as a potential criteria to look at would be the districts, the roads where we're unable to do speed bumps and things like that due to high fire engine traffic and things like that. If we're unable to do things like that to slow down traffic, giving a couple points for roads for our network of high fire traffic roads, so that people can still walk safely on them without being able to put some of those speed slowing implements. That sounded like another thing where I thought maybe we could add that to the criteria. But other than that, that was the only things that I found on there. I thought it was very well done, and I thought that you brought a lot of data from a lot of different sources in and put together a really comprehensive scoring system. So very well done, and I look forward to doing this. And I don't know if we need to do a motion specifically. Would you want me to do a friendly amendment or? I'd like your recommendation. Okay, we're okay with that? Okay, well then great, I'd second.
Were you recommending a change to the motion?
Is doing any scoring updates does that require a motion? Or is that something where we can just say, I like this, and if we want to tweak the numbers a little?
We are recommending the setup as presented. If you'd like to see adjustments to how we're going to score future sidewalk projects, we'd like to include that in tonight's motion.
Okay. Would you be open to a friendly amendment, just adjusting some of those scores a little?
Yeah, so in addition to institutions or persons with disabilities, you mentioned other interventions that, if there's streets that we cannot do traffic calming, right? I think that that's a really good point. And what were your other?
The other one was a little bit extra points for places near schools, rather than 3 points out of 23.
Yeah,
upping
I
that
would
maybe.
support increasing the point percentage near schools.
And then the last one was the high injury networks, and those maybe going from 3 to 5.
Okay, so those 4 institutions, disability related, where we can't have interventions with traffic calming. Short-term memory is escaping me. I want to make sure staff
For
has
me, it
it
was
all.
schools, fire, and high injury.
Okay, got you. And we got all that? Okay, so support from me, you're my second. Sounds good.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for the robust discussion. Even when we looked at when we look at the top ranked projects, a significant number of these are in my district, District 1. I'm not sure I'll ever get over the fact that over $1 million was taken from my district and put towards a sidewalk on Sunset. I understand that connectivity is an issue throughout the city, but when 6 to 7 of these out of 16 are in my district, it's a big equity issue for me. One of the things I'm curious because I think that with the adjustments outlined by Councilmember Fox, I think it's really important that we look at those. But I would rather see this item come back for a second discussion with that information because I need to see how that affects the list so we can test it. And in that discussion, is it more complicated than having an Excel sheet that we can plug in different numbers in real time? I would assume the answer is yes.
I
but-
asked that question because I was hoping we'd be able to do that tonight. But
Yeah.
yeah, we have to go back to the consultant and run it through the system that they set up again.
Okay.
But we can do that and come back with a revised list that reflects these changes.
Yeah, so one of the issues for me is that we're going off of, a feeling versus the actual information. So if we're raising the number from 3 to 5, I feel like it's good consideration, but I almost feel like we need to have this come back to look at those. I don't know, what's the cost to go back to the consultant, get that information, and come back to the city?
For adding the criteria and making some of the adjustments, I'm estimating probably somewhere between $15,000 and $25,000.
Okay. Yeah, so if we're going to be, that's a significant amount of money. I'm willing to do that, but I think that we just need a more thorough discussion as to what the number is going to be that we're going to land on. And so maybe the discussion is just focused not on, maybe the report that comes back to us for discussion is just looking at the parameters instead, so we can have a more thoughtful discussion of that, where we're narrowing, because this is a really big packet. And I think that we need to narrow the parameters to basically what this equation looks like and the scoring. And I think it would behoove us to have a little bit more conversation about it. And I don't want that to hinder the top ranked projects that are already before us.
So just so I'm clear, you want staff to come back and report back with a discussion of the parameters framing what we've already been directed to do.
Correct.
And make sure that we're all clear on how we're going to direct the consultant moving forward.
Yeah, because I
before
don't
we-
want to go back and forth with the consultant and then pretty soon I could have just built a sidewalk with that money, So I really like the idea, and I think that we should take a deep dive on those parameters, but we could just focus the conversation just on that, get on the same page, and send it to the consultant for rearrangement, if any rearrangement happens.
Sam, Dara,
I was going to say we have a slide with the criteria as presented with the point breakdown. Would this council like to look at that tonight?
I mean, if we want to, I think that deserves a little bit more discussion than it's had tonight.
Should we maybe give a brief overview of kind of each criteria and the point range?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of information. That's why, I mean, I feel like, you know, if we were to bring this back for discussion, it would be good to just even have, right, if we're just focusing on this criteria here, we could build out and have like the definitions for council, and that way ahead of time, we can review it. I don't know if my council would be amendable to that.
So just so I'm clear, we could take this list and we can adjust it based on the motion that we have on the floor and bring it back and make sure the council's okay with the way it's set up and proposed before we send it to the consultant. Then obviously we'll have a cost estimate at that point from the
Yeah,
consultant.
correct. That would be great.
Okay.
And to add to that is,
That gonna work?
if we just focus on this chart here for the parameters, we can get more information about what each line means, right? Like kind of like an itemized list. So prime arterial, urban major arterial, or complete street. Like maybe not everybody knows all those terms. So
Sure.
it could just be focused on reviewing this in more detail. Because I really like that you called that out, Councilmember Fox. I do think that it takes a little bit more discussion than maybe what we're able to do right now, because this is an extensive list. So would that require a
So there's a
substitute
motion and a second on the table. We'll have to get council's direction on what you'd like to do.
May I have the floor?
Yes.
Were you finished?
No, but it seems
I'll
Deputy Mayor
ask a
has a
question,
question.
So regarding the motion, I'm supportive of us reviewing it before it is implemented. But I do appreciate you asking the question about the cost of reviewing it with the consultant. So I'd say we review it in-house and with the council for a second reading before, and perhaps we don't need to go back to the consultant, but I would prefer to use that as a final option.
Okay, yeah, I think that's
So
great.
I would amend my motion to include, making these changes internally and then returning back to the council with an update before we go to the consultant, if Councilmember Fox is all right with that.
Yeah, I'd still second that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I have a lot more to say about this, but if we're just going to talk about it again, I'll just save my comments for the next time it comes around. But I really do appreciate being able to get some more in-depth conversation about the actual parameters of prioritization.
Just to recap, so Councilmember Fox, we're going to change down here at the bottom the schools overlap, safe routes to schools. We're going to change that from 3 to 6 points. Is that correct?
I proposed 5 with a couple with some.
You want to make it 5 points instead of 3, is that correct?
That was what I proposed, but
That's fine. I'm just making sure I understand. Okay. And what were the other changes to this graph or this chart?
Adding some points for routes on the fire routes, and then also raising the high injury network from 3 to 5 as well.
Okay.
And I think within the safe routes to school, I did mention like if there was parts that were right outside of the district, like within half a mile or something, where there are a lot of students present, giving that some maybe 3 points or something. So.
Okay, so let's just be sure we're clear what we're doing here. So overlap with safe routes to schools, that's 5 points, yeah? And then what are we calling this fire? We're talking about our fire priority, our fire severity map?
These are areas that are ineligible for traffic calming.
Okay. Do we have a title for that? Fire route. And it's called fire route, not because of fire severity in the area, but priority routes for the fire truck to get through. So we can't have speed bumps for calming, so we're going to add, and what, we're going to add 5 points there? Was that right? Or 3 points? I'm sorry, just.
I said 3, but
3. No, I'm not trying to change it. I'm just
Yeah, no,
trying to get it straight here. Because Mr. Conley just said, change this chart and then come back with the chart changed. But I'm kind of wondering, we're only making like 3 changes here, right? I'm just wondering if we just take a moment with it right now, if we can all visualize the changes. Because what I think I'm hearing is that you wanted to see how it impacts the projects, right? Was that? Yeah.
Kind of, but I think that this list is pretty extensive, and there might be, if we're going to change, I feel like we're changing the values not in a scientific way. And I have a hard time with that. And so that's why I think that it just needs more discussion. And if you want to do a change today, it's just going to, we can send it to the consultant. There's going to be a little bit of a cost, but I feel like there's more discussion that can happen. And just to let folks know, this goes just some information. If you go to Vista's GIS, there's a map layer called Emergency Response Routes, and you can see that's what we're talking about. And so, Councilmember Fox, I think what you're saying is because this is an emergency response route, that certain traffic calming like speed humps or pedestrian speed table is just not permissible, that you would want the opportunity for those folks to have additional scoring to make that a safer route, right? Since you can't do, and just to give folks an example, sir, I think what you talked about with Anza and Nob Hill, that entire stretch of Anza is an emergency response route. Right, and so that's where I just think I like that idea, but I'm just curious to see how that shakes out. And I'm not like 100% married to the number of like making it 5 or 6, but I like the idea. I just kind of want some more time to discuss that. If the council wants to just move forward with it, that's fine. My preference is to give it some more discussion.
Okay, I know, I appreciate that. So schools, overlap with safe routes to school is 5 points. Emergency response routes adds 3 points. And then we had proximity to facilities that serve the disabled. So we'll just call that disability proximity.
And if I could, Mayor, so I appreciate that, not all of our discussion is based on some kind of scientific methodology, which our staff can help us explain what the methodology is to develop this. But we are actually adding criteria that didn't exist on the list before. We're adding considerations for institutions catering to those with disabilities, and we're also adding the fire areas where they don't have access to traffic calming. So those are 2 new criteria. And I do agree, I don't necessarily know if it should be 3, it should be 5 for those new criteria. I wouldn't necessarily say for those disability areas that it would be 3 or 5. I just know that that criteria is currently missing.
Okay, but that's the motion is, I'm going to call it institutions that serve disability proximity. And we said that was going to be 3, right?
We could also get a staff recommendation of what they think the number should be based on the discussion we have tonight.
But is the motion on the floor right now for 3 points for the institutions, proximity to institutions that serve the disabled?
When we discussed it, I think it was more so including those criteria, but we didn't quite specify. You did make specifications around schools and those high energy areas, but not for disability and traffic calming.
Yeah, the traffic calming, I think I wrote down 3, and I think the disability one, since that was one that you brought up, I didn't have a score written down for it, so.
Right.
Should we give it 5?
I'm supportive of any number that
Would you support 5?
that staff would, collaborate with us on, I would say.
Was there a scientific method used to select the number of points for each item? Or was it a value judgment based on your expertise and the consultant's expertise that assigned a greater point value to things that seemed to be of a greater importance?
It was a value judgment, so the point ranges were assigned relative to each other, the criteria relative to each other.
And you're our traffic expert here for how many years?
Many years.
How many years?
25.
25 years. Do you think that it makes sense to add a point preference for projects that are near institutions that serve the disabled?
Sure. Yes.
And what point value do you think would be fair for that?
I would probably give that 2 to 3 points.
You would go 3 points. I think we were talking about 3 points. What I'm hearing is that we were going to just change this chart, and Mr. Conley asked for clarification, so you wanted us to change the chart and then bring the chart back for another conversation. And I know I had some trouble sorting it out here, but now that I've gotten it written down in front of me, I don't know if the rest of you have had the opportunity to do the same. But safe routes for schools would go from 3 to 5, and emergency response routes would be added, would be 3 points. And I think there's a suggestion on the floor, unless there's different opinion from the council, that institutions that serve the disabled, projects in proximity would receive. And what are we saying proximity? Is that 500 feet, 1,000, 500 feet? Is that?
I would say in this case, probably on the street itself.
On the street itself. Okay, very good. And that would be 3 points. I think probably we can visualize those 3 changes. Yes, Councilmember.
And also there was, I don't know if this made it to your list, but it's the high injury network.
Yes.
So that was also called out, but I don't recall.
I think it was 5.
5. I think if it's a high injury network, we take it to 6.
I'm supportive of 5 because that's the maximum on other items.
Okay,
Okay, so high injury network is 5.
sounds good.
Okay. I could well understand if you wanted to see how this affected the scoring for the projects, but I think probably we could go ahead and give staff the direction for the points that we want to see this on this chart. And then did you want to have or ask any more questions about the labels for any of the items here while we're have the conversation agendized? Yes.
Just to clarify, so we're going to send these changes back. I'm okay. I think we've probably sweated it enough where we can actually see what the scoring changes are. And maybe that discussion is looking at this original one versus the new scoring and seeing what bubbles up to the top 16. And then that could be the focus of the next meeting, and we can decide, which one looks better at that point.
Okay. And for staff, did I hear correctly, $15,000 to $20,000 to add these additional points?
Yes, so revising this list, that's pretty straightforward, but then we have to rerun all the projects through the new point system, and that's where we need our assistance from our consultant.
And how many total projects? We have 16 on the priority list.
No, we have 120 locations.
Oh, what's the list of 16?
Go ahead.
Well, that's just, what are we calling that?
That's just our high priority.
High priority, high priority, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to go in and analyze each of these for these
Yes.
proximities, and that's going to be $15,000 or $20,000.
Yeah, and the direction is clear, I think, at this point, as far as adding the criteria and the point system. So we would be ready to go back to the consultant if that's the direction from the city council.
And by the way, how much have we already expended on this contract?
Do you have that number? 34? Oh, that's right. Yeah, the contract was about $34,000.
Okay. All right.
So could I ask a clarifying question? We're expecting this list to stay with the city for a good lifetime. If we make changes in the future, are we going to be dependent on a consultant to update our list every time?
That's a good question. Because we kind of, initially at least, we're thinking maybe every 2 years we probably should take a look at the list for projects that have been built, sidewalks, segments that have been completed. So we probably would have to go back to the consultant, or maybe, maybe we'll learn it from them and kind of start to run it ourselves.
I would want to know what is, prohibiting us from being able to conduct that ourselves. If there's a level of expertise that we need, or if there is a certain methodology that they're using. I can hear, that there are reservations about going back to the consultant, but this is our first time approving this. And so typically I would want a little bit of editing power. And if that's coming at a high cost, I would be concerned about that in the long term, right? That every iteration we have to go back. So as much as I can predict wanting to find a way to bring these updates into our, into internal skill set so that we're not dependent on a consultant.
I believe in future rounds, staff can do it.
We've got our consultant on Zoom, and he or she would like to add some thoughts. What's our consultant's name?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Sasha Jovanovic, the consultant for CR Associates who worked on this plan. I raised my hand when the city council started discussing whether it's necessary for this to keep going back and forth between the consultants. And I just wanted to mention that if it's a matter of taking the existing criteria and just changing their values, the city has the tools to do that already at their disposal because we have the spreadsheet with all the criterias and the points listed. So if you wanted to adjust the weights or values of different criteria, that can be done without my involvement, and you can determine or see the sensitivity of different criteria and how that fits your perception of project need. There are some criteria on here that require a minor amount of maintenance going into the future, but again, nothing that I don't think the city can't handle on their own. For example, the pedestrian collisions criteria, that's going to change each passing year. So a project area might receive points in the future if a pedestrian mid-block collision were to happen within that project area. The addition of new criteria would be probably the most likely scenario that would trigger needing the consultant to reanalyze or revise the report. With that said, I don't think it's impossible for city staff to operationalize what has been brought up by the other council people and apply that on their own without a consultant's involvement. I don't think it's impossible. Of course, we'd also be happy to do it too.
All right, Mr. Jovanovic, appreciate that input very much. Mr. Hassanen, do we know what the distribution of point values was across the 163, I think was the number? In other words, how many points was required to get into the high priority list?
It was just a ranking. So this is more like...
And how did we choose 16 as the number?
Sorry, the highest project was 20 points out of the possible 28.
And how many points did the 16th project have?
Number 16 was 14 points.
Okay, so everything else had less than 14 points, presumably?
There's some ties, like 17, 18, but yeah, generally then it goes down from there.
What I would like to suggest to the council is that we give this direction to staff to adjust these point values, but that we unless there is a difference of opinion on the inclusion of, on the list that we're seeing, the 16 in the high priority list, if there's not an underlying disagreement about the composition of those 16, maybe there is, say so now. But if there's not, maybe we go ahead and approve this as is, and we give direction to Mr. Hassanen to include these point values. And as we move forward in reevaluation, because as is mentioned, we're going to have, some of these numbers are going to change from time to time. What is the interval at which you have proposed to rescore all of these 163?
Every 2
5
years.
years?
About 2 years with the, probably
Every
with
2
the
years.
CIP.
How many of these, Mr. Connolly, 16, do you think we're going to have money to build in the next 2 years? 4 of them?
Yeah, 4 or 5. I mean, depending on grants, it could be more.
Okay. I just think maybe for expediency, maybe we go ahead and approve what we've got with these changes given to staff. And then in 2 years, the council can hear this again and with the new priorities. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually supportive of that because we do anticipate that we're going to go back to the consultant at some time to update the list, considering accident data and so forth. And so, I'm satisfied with the criteria at a baseline level, but this discussion has been really fruitful because now we can just improve upon what we have. If there is a delay in implementing these metrics of 2 years, I would say that that's fair and understandable. I think the public has seen this discussion and they understand that we want to include this criteria, but we do have, financial constraints. I would be supportive of that. So the original motion was to make these changes, adding and updating these 4 criteria, but then also to have staff come back to us with this. I would say we probably want to have a more longer drawn out process with that. So I think the motion would stay the same, but there is no immediacy, right? Staff does not need to come back to us or go to the consultant with these updates. We would expect that this policy can be implemented as is going forward. That would be my motion. And then moving forward, we would make those updates when we come back for a second round in 2 years.
That sounds very agreeable. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, first, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this forward. I understand why you did, and coming out of that discussion, I felt it was valid and definitely necessary for the communities. I also understand your contention with Sunset being picked over some of the sidewalks on this list. I did just want to draw one thing to our attention. That is, as the gentleman had mentioned, as we continue upgrading our roads and CIP projects, we have East Vista Way with the center lane going in, we're going to see changing traffic patterns. So if we're going to evaluate these every 2 years, is there a method in which the council can override this? And so my thought would be, because there's a lot of extensive information put in here, that if we're going to override this list because of safety issues within the community, perhaps it require a 4/5 vote of this council to bring a project forward and override anything on here based on immediacy and need. I don't know if the council would have an appetite for that, but I just feel like as projects change and different traffic patterns emerge, if we're going to wait every 2 years to do it, or maybe as those traffic patterns change, we can reevaluate it just to see where they might rank on a priority list. But that's my only concern, I would say. I think everything else is very solid, and I think it's a very strong basis for what we should be doing. I just want to make sure that we have that ripcord to pull in case it's necessary for a future project. And I say 4/5 because I think it should require more than a simple majority based on the extensiveness of this plan and the prioritization list that we've created. I don't know if the council has an appetite for that, but I just wanted to draw it to our attention to see what everyone's thoughts were.
Councilmember, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all, but we don't have the statutory authority to bind a future council. A majority vote of a future council would have the ability to counteract anything that we do here tonight.
Sort of like an executive order.
No, but the governing law is very clear that we don't have the ability to impose supermajority requirements without basically some kind of a city charter amendment.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to be supportive of the motion as it stands on the floor. So again, thank you to staff and Deputy Mayor for bringing this forward and all the work that went into it. And I appreciate the conversation tonight.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to add that I am very supportive of where the motion is, and I really appreciate the discussion. I think this definitely does warrant discussion. So thank you to my council.
Councilmember Fox.
Just one quick clarification. We still are able to bring individual projects forward, and if there's one where there's a pressing need, something, an extenuating circumstance, correct?
Definitely.
Okay. So yeah, then I'm 100.
We would need Councilmember Fox to agree as the seconder to the motion.
Yes, I agree.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the flexibility within this plan, right? That we, any one of us may bring forward a project that is outside of the plan, and we can fund it fully, right? But that might not be without criticism. So in discussing this with members of the San Diego Taxpayers Association, that was really the concern, right? Is the council going to stick with this framework? Or is it just going to be something that we put together and then we abandon? And so, we're going to be held accountable to the public for this. And anytime we bring forward a policy or initiative, we have to make argument and justification for it. So I'm never opposed to having those discussions, but this is the framework that we're going to be starting with. And anything beyond that the burden of proof would be on that council member.
Mr. Hassan, what does it cost to build 1 mile of sidewalk?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's $10 per square foot maybe, and then
I'm going to guess a mile, it's probably a couple million. Easy.
All right. Just want to keep in mind as we bring in an ever greater number of consultants, which is a practice. This is not a comment on the sidewalk thing. This is a practice. This is a comment generally about government practice. We are hiring too many consultants who are very expensive people, who are paid well beyond the highest paid attorneys in the nation. The expenses are ballooning for these consultant contracts. And I just have to give voice to the fact that it's not fiscally responsible. We need to develop methods and means. I mean, we've invested a great deal in you as an engineering expert on traffic, and we really need to rely less on these outside consultants. I know it creates more work on staff and the council. I think in every issue that we bring forward, we need to be cognizant of the work burden we put on staff, but we're getting into many millions of dollars every year on these consulting contracts, and I just have to make that comment. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Thank you for all your hard work on the sidewalk priority list. That item is approved unanimously. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, that's going to bring us to our grade separation, item D2. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Mr. Hassanen and Ms. Woods will provide the staff report for this item as well.
Good evening. The item before you tonight is the Vista Transit Center Grade Separation Study. And to start, a brief background on this item. The City of Vista was awarded an Areas of Persistent Poverty Program grant from the Federal Transportation Administration for the Vista Transit Grade Separation Planning Study, and that was in the amount of approximately $254,000. As an FTA direct recipient, NCTD received the grant funds on the city's behalf, and an MOU was executed between the city and NCTD to partner on the study, with NCTD acting as the lead administering the grant and managing the overall project. Through collaborative efforts between the city and NCTD, a professional engineering consultant was hired to prepare the study. And this study was intended to be a planning level study aimed at ways to improve transportation infrastructure and public safety in the downtown area near the transit center. More specifically, the study explored grade separation alternatives to eliminate the at-grade railroad crossings at Vista Village Drive and at Main Street. Study objectives included improving traffic mobility and circulation, enhancing safety for all users, reducing traffic congestion, and reducing emissions. The slide before you shows the area that was analyzed as part of the study and the 2 at-grade crossings at Vista Village and at Main Street. As part of the study, existing conditions in the study area were analyzed to help identify alternatives that could meet the objectives of this planning effort. 7 alternatives were initially identified, but ultimately refined to 3 options based on various factors, including feasibility, cost, and community impact. And those 3 refined alternatives included an aerial track, track and trench, and aerial roadway. And the slide before you has some images to help better visualize these 3 refined alternatives. The planning study advanced these 3 grade separation alternatives for further in-depth analysis, which included preparing schematic designs to be used as a basis to perform traffic analysis, utilities and infrastructure impact reviews, and planning level cost estimates. Additionally, the study analyzed potential impacts to public safety, transit and bus operations, track and station services, roadways and streets, emergency response, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and current and future land uses, as well as looking at community, environmental, and regulatory considerations. Additionally, 2 public outreach meetings were held as part of this planning effort. The first workshop informed the public about the study, summarized the need and benefits of grade separation, and collected initial community feedback on ways to enhance safety and accessibility in the study area. The second workshop presented the findings of the 3 refined grade separation alternatives, solicited evaluation feedback on these alternatives, and requested participants rank the 3 alternatives. The slide before you is a snippet of the summary table that's in the final report, and it summarizes the evaluation criteria that were looked at, and then each grade separation alternative. And this information, there's a lot of it, can be found on the final report, and this is just meant to show that these evaluation criteria were evaluated in more detail. Ultimately, the study identified Alternative 1A, the aerial track, as the preferred alternative for grade separation. And this alternative would raise the railroad tracks over both Vista Village Drive and Main Street. The alternative was selected as it met the purpose and need of the study. It had limited adverse impacts. It maximized benefits corresponding to the cost and was supported by the community. The preliminary estimated cost range for this alternative is between $460 and $860 million. Potential future stages of this project were roughly approximated and are shown on this slide. As mentioned, the study is just a planning level framework, and it identified a preferred alternative for grade separation. However, more detailed feasibility study is necessary. And this more detailed analysis would be the project study report listed on this screen and conceptual design, and is roughly estimated at $1 million. However, it should be noted at this time, funding for this next phase has not been identified. After that would be 30% preliminary design and environmental clearance, followed by final design and construction. That concludes my presentation of the Vista Transit Grade Separation Study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sid Rothenberg is requested to be heard on this item.
The Transit Center Grade Separation Report recommends an aerial or above ground crossing. My recollection from the workshop that I attended is that the preferred option was a trench. This will reduce noise and street level dirt and such things. My concern is that the decision was to end the grade separation going east would be just short of Guajome Street. This would be a grave mistake. The traffic has increased dramatically over the past decades. When the 183 apartment unit assigned 2 cars each from the Kenshaw project is constructed, nothing will move at the Guahomie Street Railroad crossing intersection if it remains as it is. And this will cause a regular nightmare of the traffic every time the train crosses over that intersection. Whether the grade separation is above ground, in a trench, or a tunnel, which were the 3 recommendations, the Guahomie Street crossing needs to be carefully considered and also included in a grade separation. If the council votes to create such a grade separation at Vista Village Drive in Santa Fe, it also needs to include Guahomie Street. And I believe from the workshop, it indicated that there's enough footage or line miles on the railroad track to be able to go over or under Guahomie Street and still come back up to the ground level grade before it goes to Vista Village Drive, Civic Center Drive station. I hope this council leaves a good long-term legacy when they make the decision regarding the grade separation, whatever it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now close the opportunity for public comment on this item, and we'll hear from Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. I had the pleasure to go to every single one of the community meetings on this grade separation. Again, I'm just really thankful that Congressman Mike Levin listened. I try to talk to every single elected official that's higher than me. And we were the only city on the Sprinter Corridor to receive this type of funding to even do an initial study. So I'm super happy with that. I do have to disagree with the comment that the trench was the preferred alternative. That is not what came out of the meetings. And one of the reasons, although a trench would be amazing, the cost is $1.5 billion, and we know that that's just never going to happen. I think that we need a lot of grade separation through Vista, but Vista Village is the #1 area because it is critically important to our emergency response. Our firefighters, paramedics, it's one of the most utilized intersections. We have a super busy Fire Station 6 by Wildwood Park, and you'll just constantly be seeing our first responders go through there. One of the reasons why this is really important for the council, and I want to have a future discussion on it, to really put a lot of pressure on North County Transit District and Sandag to help us make this a reality, is there is a plan to have 15-minute headways for the Sprinter, which I'm totally for. However, what that means is that the downtime for the gates is going to be significantly more. And this area being so critical for our first responders, it's just not okay for the gate downtime to be that excessive. We already have a lot of issues with congestion there. And if you're on the bus, it could take you an additional 10 minutes just to get to the next bus stop because they get stuck in that area. So if we can focus on having a grade separation with the alternative where we do an elevated station, there's a lot of potential to ensure that there's better connectivity for all users of the road in that area. The next phase would require some additional funding. I've been very, very clear with North County Transit District that there's no way that we are going to be able to pay for $1 million study just to get to higher design criteria than where we're at. So I'll be bringing an item forward for the council to have kind of a larger discussion about MOUs that we need to pursue with NCTD to make this a reality. Because this area here needs better connectivity. So I think that's pretty much it. You're just giving us some information. Doesn't seem like it requires a motion, but just to my council, I think that we should be really proactive and see what we can do to study some of the other. Guahomie was brought up. their civic center. The county was looking at doing grade separation from York to Buena Creek Station. They've been very unsuccessful getting grant funding. I think that we would be more successful. So those are conversations that I will have with the council in the future. But thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one comment, and that is that it is going to be very competitive. As your representative on Sandag, I have discussed this with the leadership there, and the idea of grade separation in our region, at one time it was, it was something that was seen as not quite a priority, and if an agency, or organization like the City of Vista wanted to pursue something like that, we were highly encouraged to do so. But now it appears as though everybody is seeking grade separation. But what sets us apart is that we've been actually able to complete a study, and that gets us closer to breaking ground on construction. I think it is very ambitious of us, and when you're going against a larger agency like the County of San Diego, of course, it might seem very competitive. But I do reflect with you, council member, that the county was unsuccessful in getting grant funding for their area multiple times. And so we've been very successful at studying this area, and I will definitely be advocating at the Sandag level to see funding allocated to this. Even just being able to see regional funds go to grade separation at all is something that we haven't quite seen before. And so now we're starting to move forward with that. And how can we make our project more competitive?
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I don't have any long comments to make. I just, one, thank you again for the work, but I really do appreciate you bringing this forward. And we were talking offline, but we had grade separation done in the town that I grew up in. We went underneath, and so I understand the appeal to that, but back then it cost about $10 to $15 million to do in 1990. I think this is going to run between $500 and $800 million at some point if it can get done. So that's why it's so important that we continue to get grant funding, that we continue looking into it and studying, because the longer we wait, the higher the cost will get. And if we can get federal funding, Mike Levin, if you are listening, please give us the money so we can get this done. But I really do think it's a great idea, especially for that corridor. I think there are areas all over the city that would benefit from something like this. I know that we can't do 6 different projects, but I definitely support this and look forward to seeing where it goes. So just thank you for bringing it forward, and thank you all again for your work.
Okay, that'll bring us to our next discussion item, number 3, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office Safe Streets Program. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Sheriff's Captain, John Malin, who's also our, this is the little known fact, who's also our Chief of Police in Vista, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. Good evening. Good to see everybody. In February of 2025, at the request of city leadership, we presented on the state of the Vista Patrol Station and introduced the Safe Streets program. Tonight, I will briefly recap Safe Streets, speak on Senate Bill 34, and answer any follow-up questions. The Safe Streets program started in 2018 and is built on a foundation of technology that reinforces community policing and allows members of the community to participate and work towards enhancing the community's quality of life. Safe Streets acts as a force multiplier by leveraging technology to assist deputies in preventing and investigating crimes within the sheriff's jurisdiction. The program includes pole-mounted cameras and a network of residents and businesses that are willing to share security video if a crime occurs. By using pole cameras and sharing pre-authorized content with the sheriff's office, community members help to not only deter crime, but to assist in an investigation should a crime take place. This community involvement allows deputies and the detectives to conduct follow-up on investigations in a more timely and efficient manner. In December of 2024, Safe Streets also launched a pilot program in the city of San Marcos to test a gunshot detection system. This groundbreaking technology creates an array of sensors that alerts law enforcement when a gunshot is detected. Those who are logged into the system will receive immediate alerts, reducing call response times and potentially saving lives. Lastly, Safe Streets implemented the use of automated license plate recognition technology. This helps deputies quickly and accurately solve crimes while also improving community safety. In collaboration with several contract cities, LPR technology has already been deployed in Del Mar, Solana Beach, Encinitas, Poway, and San Marcos. The use of this technology in the county has played a crucial role in solving a variety of serious crimes, including homicides, kidnappings, rapes, vehicle thefts, burglaries, and assaults. Just as importantly, they've also been instrumental in locating missing persons at risk. In October of 2024, the Sheriff's Office announced plans to expand the LPR program to unincorporated communities throughout the county. This expansion includes the communities of Alpine, Borrego Springs, Campo, Fallbrook, Julian, Lakeside, Ramona, Rancho San Diego, Rancho Santa Fe, Forest Ranch, Spring Valley, and Valley Center. The following slides will highlight the Sheriff's Office policies and practices related to Senate Bill 34 and how we not only meet the law, but also exceed statewide expectations in residents' privacy protections. Senate Bill 34 went into effect January of 2016 and is the California law that regulates how law enforcement uses LPR technology. It focuses on protecting privacy, ensuring transparency, and requiring accountability in how data is collected, stored, and shared. SB 34 lays out several requirements. LPR data can only be used for official law enforcement purposes. Agencies must provide the public an opportunity to comment before implementing the program. Each agency must have a public published privacy and usage policy. Access to the system must be controlled and logged. Agencies must conduct regular audits. They must establish clear data retention rules, and data can only be shared with other California public agencies, not federal law enforcement or private companies. The Sheriff's Office policy is clear. LPR data can only be used for official law enforcement activities. Access is limited to investigative personnel who have completed CLETS and vendor training, and all use is tied directly to investigations or public safety. There is an explicit ban on any personal or non-law enforcement use. To meet the transparency requirement, the Vista Patrol Station presented to the Vista City Council, the Vista Community Safety Commission, the Vista Chamber of Commerce, and hosted public town hall meetings. We also post the Safe Streets program details and our LPR usage and privacy policy on our publicly accessible website so that anyone in the community can see exactly how their data is being protected. Additionally, over the past several years, the Sheriff's Office has conducted extensive public outreach and education at every contract city and unincorporated community in the county. Our usage and privacy policy clearly explains what LPR data is, how it's used, and who can access it. It also prohibits sharing data with all federal agencies and prohibits the use of LPR for monitoring First Amendment activities and matters related to reproductive health care rights. Only trained personnel may access the system, and all activity is logged. The logs capture the date and time of the inquiry, the data queried, the reason for the access, and the user's ID. If misuse is suspected, those logs are audited, and misconduct can lead to discipline or termination. This ensures strong accountability for everyone for every search performed. Senate Bill 34 requires regular audits. Our current policy lists the audits at an interval not to exceed 1 year, but we anticipate moving to quarterly audits beginning January 2026. These reviews will cover user searches, system access, and compliance with our 30-day retention policy. By increasing audits and its frequency, we're setting a higher standard for accountability. Senate Bill 34 does not set a specific retention period. It leaves it to each agency. Some agencies in California keep data for 1, 2, or even 5 years. Our policy currently lists the retention policy not to exceed 1 year from the time the LPR record was captured. This timeframe was established by the Argus Chiefs Sheriff's Management Committee. However, our current practice within Sheriff's Office is a retention period of 30 days maximum, unless the data is tied to an active investigation. 30-day storage is established with the FLOC contract retention period as well. This is one of the shortest retention windows in the state, which we believe strikes the right balance between investigative value and protecting community data privacy. Our policy follows the law by prohibiting sharing LPR data with private companies or federal agencies. Data can only be shared with authorized California law enforcement agencies for legitimate public safety purposes. This ensures we maintain control of the information while still supporting regional investigations. And I want to give you guys a few real-world examples of how this might work. The Phoenix Police Department requests LPR information for law enforcement purposes. Can I fulfill the request? No. California law does not permit the sharing of LPR information with out-of-state agencies, including out-of-state law enforcement agencies that are at the local level. Number two, an ATF agent requests LPR information for a non-immigration related investigation. Can I fulfill the request? No. California law does not permit the sharing of LPR information with any federal agencies. A deputy sheriff is a part of a San Diego County federal task force. Can they access LPR data as a part of their investigation? Yes, as a part of their investigation. However, they cannot sell, share, or transfer the LPR information to their federal partners. U.S. Customs and Border Protection requests LPR information for immigration enforcement purposes. Can I fulfill the request? No. This would be in violation of SB 34 and also SB 54. In 2020, the California State Auditor conducted a review of LPR programs throughout the state and reported 230 agencies currently used LPRs and 36 plan to use them in the future. One of the audit's findings was that of the 4 agencies reviewed, they often failed to ensure their vendors were compliant with CJIS security standards, which is the FBI gold standard of data protection and security framework guidelines and protocols. While SB 34 governs how California law enforcement collects, stores, shares, and protects data, it does not require CJIS certification. However, the Sheriff's Office vendor, Flock Safety, meets CJIS standards. The Sheriff's Office actively reviews contracts to ensure compliance is documented. To summarize, the Sheriff's Office policy and procedures align with SB 34 and in many areas exceed what's required. The Sheriff's Office has demonstrated leadership in public transparency, retention policies, audit frequency, and privacy protections. The Sheriff's Office is committed to providing the highest quality public safety service while ensuring individuals' privacy rights. We are constantly reviewing our policies to ensure compliance not only with state law, but also with evolving best practices and community expectations. So tonight it's the recommendation from the Vista Patrol Station that the council approve for implementation of Flock LPR technology and give direction on the gunshot detection pilot program and give direction on the Safe Street pole camera technology.
Thank you, Captain. We have some members of the public that would like to be heard on this. So we'll begin with Kenneth Zuniga, and then we'll hear from Bradley Diaguid, and then from Tazeen Nizam. If you heard your name called, would you please go ahead and come forward, sit in the front row, and be ready to speak when it's your turn. And when you hear your name called for the future, please come forward to the front row. Mr. Zuniga.
Good evening, council members. So again, my name's Kenneth. I'm a resident in District 4, and I'm here today to strongly urge you to vote no on installing automatic license plate readers. I understand the goal for this project is improving public safety, and I share that goal. However, I believe this technology is the wrong tool for Vista. According to the sheriff's own data, property and violent crime are at a 20-year low. We should be proactive, funding community outreach and services that address the root cause and not be reactive by investing in expensive, unproven tech that brings risk and privacy concerns to our community. My primary concern is the documented misuse of this very technology right here in San Diego County. The vendor for the system, Flock Safety, has admitted that federal immigration agents have direct access to its data. In a report by CalMatters, the San Diego County Sheriff's Department has shared data with ICE and CBP for non-immigrated related cases and immigrated related cases. In just a 2-week period, the City of San Diego PD reported nearly 13,000 unauthorized data queries from outside agencies. Despite state laws meant to protect our data, local agencies like El Cajon PD are now facing lawsuits against the state AG for illegally sharing this information to out-of-state agencies. This isn't theoretical. It's a pattern of failure happening in our own background. Beyond misuse, the effectiveness of this mass surveillance is shockingly low. Data from our own region shows less than 1% of APLR searches are successful. For example, in NorCal and Marin County, a review found that only 0.20% of over 800,000 license plate scans were actually linked to investigations. That's only 200 cars that were hit in the database. Finally, we have no mechanism for oversight. The sheriff has stated that the Board of Supervisors, which controls its budget, has no authority over the sheriff's department. If the county can't provide oversight, and our city certainly can't, we would be funding a system with zero accountability, one that has already been abused by the very agency that would operate it. We cannot open the door to this kind of mass surveillance in Vista. And I want to give an example. There's been, I think it was in the Bay Area, right? Someone had their car stolen. They got their car back, and then their license plate wasn't taken off the system. They were dragged out of their car at gunpoint and arrested. And the city had to face a giant lawsuit and pay $1 million out. Is that what you want for this city? I urge you to not vote for ALPRs and focus on community-based solutions for public safety and protect the privacy of Vista residents. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Bradley DeGeed, followed by Tazeen Nizam, and then Andrew Escalante.
Hello. I'm a Vista resident. I reside in District 4, and I'm urging the council to vote no on the automated license plate readers. The proposed project would come at a large financial burden to the city, while the technology prevents severe risk to our community. This project would cost over $136,000 from our general funding. This is in addition to the $30.9 million budget for the sheriffs that just last month, Mayor Franklin argued that the city did not have access to this amount of money to save the Wave Water Park. These cameras come at the financial burden for installation and annual maintenance, with zero promise of actually improving the crime clearance rates. Currently, the vehicle theft clearance rates for Vista are less than 20%. While the sheriffs may agree that this cameras are needed to improve these, our community neighbors that have these installed have not seen noticeable differences in these clearance rates. As Kenneth mentioned, only less than 1% of these cars will also trigger an alert. My primary concern on this is the documented mishandling of the system. The vendor Flock Safety has admitted that it illegally granted access to federal agents such as ICE and Border Patrol, without the licensing law enforcement agency's knowledge. These systems would document and store data for up to 1 year. That's up to a year of community work, where we visit, where we shop, different privacy data that our residents are entitled to their own privacy. Public safety should not come at the cost of privacy or compromising your community's trust. The dangerous program presented is unacceptable for Vista, and I urge you to vote no.
Tazeen Nizam, followed by Andrew Escalante, and then we'll go to Zoom. We'll begin with Lou Callies on Zoom.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am a 22-year Vista resident, and today I'm here in my personal capacity as well as my professional capacity. I represent CARE San Diego, Council on American Islamic Relations, the San Diego office. I want to read something from my phone. History shows that technology introduced for security overreaches, and what starts out as a tool for tracking stolen vehicles can become a mechanism for immigrant enforcement, protest monitoring, and even religious surveillance. I have seen the proof of that in San Diego. ALPRs create permanent databases that outlive their original intent and endangering civil rights. ICE can trap this information as well. These tools are not applied evenly. They disproportionately impact Black, brown, immigrant, and Muslim communities, deepening discrimination, chilling free associations, and threatening our constitutional rights to privacy and religious freedom. ICE can escalate digital monitoring through electronic devices if it chooses to. 180,000 people in immigration proceedings are now required to wear GPS information. ALPRs can support this surveillance. Worse still, federal surveillance of immigrants is expanding at a staggering rate. ICE has contracted Palantir, new AI-powered platforms, a 30 million system designating to identify, track, and deport individuals using vast integrated systems like ALPRs. Public safety must not come at the cost of civil rights. Instead of investing in technologies that surveil innocent people, we should start supporting what actually builds community safety. Housing for the unhoused, youth programs, and resources that address root causes of insecurity. For all of these reasons, myself and my organization, we ask you to vote no on the ALPRs, because this ALPR monitoring can be expanded into severe investigation into our privacies and monitoring of communities at the infringement of our civil rights. Just last year, the ACLU sent a letter to AG Bonta, which recorded 34 complaints of ALPR violations throughout the state of California. Many of these complaints were from Southern California. And we know as federal investigation and federal monitoring increases in our communities, this could only land up in the wrong hands and creates a lot of issues for us. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Escalante, and then we'll go to Lou Callies on Zoom, followed by Sandra Zuniga.
Good evening, board members. My name is Andrew Escalante. I've been a member of City of Vista for 28 years. I'm here to discuss this matter of license plate readers. It'd be pretty neat to see our City of Vista and San Diego Sheriff's Office be equipped with the right proper tactical gear to accommodate whatever case comes up, to solve cold case files, and to protect our local business owners, let alone our schools. When kids are getting released, there could be predators out in the streets, Amber Alerts. These causes can be terminated can constrict people that are that have plans to play these out. Local business owners are being burglarized in the middle of the night. Or local sheriffs don't have the actual, or they don't have this. What I'm trying to say is that this tool right here would be ideal for our local sheriffs and for the units to seek and destroy. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you. And I hope you guys take this matter into your consideration. It sounds a little bit more interesting than sidewalks at this point, but thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Zoom. We'll hear from Lou Callies, followed by Sandra Zuniga, and then Sarah Spinks.
Hello, thank you so much again for holding space for your citizens to speak on these matters. I would like to echo the concerns of the majority of the citizens that spoke with me, with exception to the person who spoke right before me. So I would like to just note some of the things that the person spoke before me said was very concerning, especially like seek and destroy, which is a very violent rhetoric, but to continue, I digress. I would like to urge the council to not just vote no on this measure, but to also really, really interrogate any proposal that is brought to the council by the police department. There is historically misinformation in any policy, procedure, or proposed investment that the police department brings forward. And I want to break that down to say quite simply, what we see across the board, we have decades of data federally that supports that any investment in a community into the livelihood of their citizens actually has a greater impact on the crime in that community than any investment in policing. But we also see that police departments will respond to that decrease in crime by trying to police harder. And then we will see that dip actually reverse, that dip in crime. And so what I find very alarming as a citizen, and I suggest the council members consider this as well, is that none of this is actually to prevent crime. It's to have access to data that will allow the police department to create more instances where they can incarcerate or press charges, and also violate their own privacy policies as far as how they're going to handle data. We already see it being mishandled now and used in order to allow citizens to be involved in unfair and inhumane arrests of our citizens. For example, if you pay attention, the cities that have adopted these already are cities where we have a higher rate of discrimination between citizens because of class and also because of assumed immigration status and or racial or ethnic backgrounds. Highly urge you to not accept this policy from the police department or any others that are proposed, and also to divest from police department policy.
Next, we'll hear from Sandra Zuniga, followed by Sarah Spinks, followed by Camille T. Sandra Zuniga.
I'd like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to talk. I am a Vista resident from the Shadow Ridge area. I am really concerned about the implementation of the proposal of automated license plate readers. Respectively, I ask that you do not vote on this item. You vote no. My understanding is that the goal is public safety. However, research has suggested that there is minimal benefit to the implementation, and further instance raises concern about data privacy. Property crime and violent crime has been at the low the last 20 years, and in projected statistics, it states that it's projected by the end of the year that crime will be less for automobiles under 200 in the Vista area. Vista, according to the sheriff's own data, as a city, we need to be proactive in our response by making sure that all public services are well funded, not reacting by defunding community programs and putting money into unnecessary programs and tech. We have seen so many times how technology has been breached. We have all, at one time or another, have received notifications that our medical information, cities, counties, even police departments, all information, data information has been breached at one time or another. There is no guarantee that any information will be excluded from being breached. Community outreach and services have been shown to reduce crimes at the root of cause. Massive surveillance and policing does not. Although California has a legal framework to protect citizens' data and regulate the technology use, there have been documented instances of misuse, unauthorized data sharing, and security vulnerabilities, particularly in San Diego County. These failures involve both law enforcement and the private sector vendors. For example, the San Bernardino County Sheriff Department has shared data with ICE and CBP. Flock Security, the vendor for the tech, has admitted that the federal immigration agents have detected access to track data despite previous claims. In the city of San Diego, Flock also allowed 12,960 unauthorized data inquiries from outside agency in just a 2-week period. Well, San Diego Police Department mistakenly left the incidents out of their annual impact report. According to San Diego SDP.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Sarah Spinks, followed by Camille T., then Iqbal.
Hello, good evening, Council. I would just like to echo what the majority of the speakers have said this evening. I'm asking you to please reject this police surveillance cameras and invest instead in what actually makes us safe: sidewalks and crossings, youth scholarships and programs, better lighting, and community services. Our crime is already trending down because we've taken proactive, preventative, focused steps, not because we've expanded surveillance. Cameras are expensive, have mixed evidence on reducing crime, and open the door to misuse, bias, and a chilling effect on everyday life and free speech. In this moment, when communities nationwide are raising alarms about opaque policing tactics and people being taken off the streets without transparency, we must protect civil liberties while strengthening real safety. Please vote no on surveillance cameras and direct those funds to sidewalks, youth opportunities, and other proven community-centered strategies. Thank you.
Camille T., followed by Iqbal.
Hello, I'm Camille. I'm a resident in Vista, and I would like to emphasize that I do share the concerns for community safety, but I do want to reiterate practically all the comments that have come before me for the speakers regarding the violation of privacy, potential lack of accountability, and the low rate of success of this automatic license plate readers. I think we need to consider the current uses due to the present climate and the potential for corruption, violation of civil rights, even hacking. Bottom line, there are other methods to keep the neighborhood safe, and I really urge you guys to vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay, and I understand that Iqbal, who had requested to speak, is no longer with us. Okay, very good. Seeing no other speakers on Zoom or in the chambers, we will now close the opportunity for public comment on this item at this time. Captain Malin, I have a couple of questions for you. You had alluded to past violations of policy, access that may have been illegal. What do we know about the most recent violations of state law with regard to unauthorized access or illegal sharing that happened through the San Diego Sheriff's Office?
So I think what you're referring to is the CalMatters article that came out. I did read the article. It did say that the Sheriff's Office was in violation for sharing data with a federal agency, which could have been immigration. I'm not sure. I don't know that the article mentioned whether that happened one time or 1,000 times. I don't know. I do know that in the article, the Sheriff's Department responded and said that it would be looked into and investigated, which is absolutely right. Anytime there's even an allegation of misconduct or not following a policy, we look into it very seriously.
I guess specifically, I'm wondering how recent some of these violations occurred. Has it been something that happened in initial rollout of the LPRs, or is it something, do we have any data about continued problems with compliance?
No, I don't have any detailed information about what was mentioned in the CalMatters article.
Okay.
I'm not privy to any information that's going on with internal affairs. I've only seen the article. I don't have any other info on it.
And have you heard this? We heard this statistic tonight that I think it was 0.2% of these searches were successful. Does that? Are you familiar with that number? Have you seen that number reported before?
I have not.
Okay. I don't suppose we have the information here tonight to answer the following question, but I think it bears at least asking out loud. Obviously, if there's 44,000 cars a day go down Sycamore Avenue in Vista, we wouldn't expect a hit on 10% of the vehicles. We're only looking for the needle in the haystack. So if it was 0.2% of the vehicles moving through the city, that would seem to make logical sense to me. If it was 0.2% of vehicles that are searched for in the system, that's an interesting number. I don't know that it's cause to move forward or against. I will just say that I had the opportunity to ask about 100 senior citizens at the senior center, we had a little conversation about this, invited them to ask me any questions about upcoming items, and this came up. And I asked what the opinion of the seniors gathered there was, and I got about 97 hands raised in favor of it and 3 against it. This issue is something, how many times, Mr. Connolly, have we discussed this in front of the council? Is this the second or the third time that we've had a public discussion about this?
My memory, it's the second time.
I think I presented twice
Oh, yeah,
in
okay,
February, so
Captain's
this would be
correct.
the third.
Yeah, yeah.
Third time this year.
I think we interrupted your presentation originally and had to come back and talk. So I think this is the third time that we've talked about this. I have not had any members of the Vista community other than those who appeared tonight. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak. But I just want to note, I haven't had anybody reach out to me directly to share their concerns for or against this program. I am, based on the information that you've presented in the multiple presentations you've made in it, I'm leaning toward allowing the sheriff's office to use this technology in Vista. Let's see, we got 18 cities in the county, and we had the number. How many of them are using LPRs?
All of them except for the city of Vista.
All of them except for the city of Vista. And did we have any data about the number of apprehensions, recoveries, number of missing persons recovered, number of stolen cars recovered? Do we have any data like that that give us a picture of how successful this has been throughout the county?
I don't have that data. So when we collect data, what it normally comes from is the analysts pull from crime reports or arrest reports. What needs to happen is we need to create a special field within these reports that deputies are able to list on these reports that it was an LPR-related case. That would be helpful in helping. There are ways of doing queries through the Flock system to see what was used and how that came about, but I don't have any specific numbers on that right now.
Okay. Those numbers would certainly help. They would bolster the argument in favor of the cameras. The Supreme Court has ruled that when you're in public, you don't have an expectation of privacy. Now, the LPR cameras, are they already used in patrol vehicles?
Yes, and in fact, LPR technology has been on sheriff's office vehicles for quite some time. I would say more than 10 years. I don't have an exact time when they were put on there, but we have gone through a progression of different vendors.
If you had to guess what percentage of patrol cars at your station are equipped with LPRs?
We don't have any.
We don't have any in our cars here?
No.
Okay, all right, so this is both pole-mounted cameras that are stationary and car-mounted, vehicle-mounted cameras.
I don't believe that we have explored vehicle-mounted LPRs through Flock.
Okay.
I don't know that Flock offers that, but I could be wrong. But it's not something that we're recommending at this time.
I understand. So you don't have technology in your patrol vehicles right now that automatically reads plates in the vicinity of your patrol car and looks for cars that are wanted for crime or stolen?
Not in the city of Vista.
Okay, but the sheriff's office does in other jurisdictions?
They could. I'm not sure who does. I couldn't answer that.
I see. Okay. I was just curious whether we were using it at any level here in the city. Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much, Captain. Really appreciate the conversations that we've been having about public safety. So can you tell me what you anticipate the decrease in crime rate to be in the city of Vista if the ALPR is installed?
I couldn't give you an exact number of what that might be. I think it would be amazing to come back after a year contract and give you those numbers and then allow the council to see for themselves if they're the benefit of this technology. I think that's the beauty of it. This is, when you purchase these cameras, it's for a year. It's a year contract. So at the end of a year, if you decided that it wasn't worth it, or for any other reason, you could always not renew your contract. But I couldn't tell you exactly what that might look like. I can tell you that I believe it was the city of El Cajon, within the first 90 days that they implemented this technology, they recovered over 50 stolen vehicles out of their city, which is shocking. I mean, I don't think any of us would ever believe that that many stolen vehicles would be driving through a city, but there in fact were.
Okay. So how long has the city of San Marcos had ALPRs?
I couldn't tell you an exact time frame. It's been at least a couple of years. I would have to inquire with the sheriff's station in San Marcos.
And has there ever been a reporting out of the decrease in crime that is linked directly to the ALPR? Has that been provided to the city of San Marcos?
I don't know. I could find out for you though.
Yeah, I think that when we're making the case that this is going to make our community safer, having the data, I agree with the mayor, that's critical for the council to have. And being that there are 9 contract cities and we're the last one, that means that there are 8 other cities where we should be able to see that information. And I think that's really critical for us, not only because there's a cost, but also because when I'm looking at, some of the information here, for example, page 11 out of 23, we're talking about PTZ cameras, which is the pan, tilt, zoom. The use, and this is from the agenda packet, the use of video PTZ cameras may be conducted for the following purposes: crime deterrence, investigation of suspected criminal activity, protection and safety of the public, property, and buildings, terrorist threats or acts, monitoring of pedestrian and vehicle traffic activity, hazardous material response, and any other investigation as directed by the sheriff or his or her designee. And so I do have contention with some of the things listed on here. Where does monitoring of pedestrian activity, how is that framed as one of the purposes for PTZ cameras? Because when I look at my district, you guys are very aware of North Santa Fe being an area of really high pedestrian activity. It doesn't seem like there's enough parameters on this where the use of the PTZ camera, could be maybe a little bit more narrow in scope. So the reason that I'm pointing this out is that this is one example of an open door in the policy that I think needs to be adjusted. If we look at page 13 of 23 in our packet, let me pull it up here. So it says, this is about reviewing impounded evidence. So some of the video. It says here, let me see if I can find it. So it says, in situations where there is a need to review video image evidence not covered by this procedure, a sheriff's lieutenant or higher must document and approve the request. Each situation will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. So I'm wondering if that is consistent in the parameters that we have for some of this video evidence. The reason is that when there's exceptions to a standard procedure, that's where there could be not objective standards, but subjective standards. So again, this is part of like that open door policy that if we were to have this type of technology, I would just really want to take a closer look at the language And I'll just point out one other part, which is page 17 of 23 of our packet. And this is about LPR, data storage, retention, access, and sharing. Letter C states, law enforcement officials shall not sell, transfer, or share LPR data with commercial or private entities or individuals. Law enforcement officers may disseminate LPR data to government entities with an authorized law enforcement or public safety purpose for access to such data. I'm flagging this because this is where I think the public has a big concern that I'm hearing clearly, that this is also an open door to the LPR, potentially to the federal administration. And currently, in our community, people are terrified at the abductions and illegal kidnappings that are happening. So if we don't have policies to protect folks and their civil liberties, their right to privacy, it's really concerning. And I don't believe that the policy that I'm seeing before us, if we were to adopt that, it just has too many open doors. I only shared 3 at this point. But we have to be so careful about opening the door to individuals who are, not acting in the public's best interest. And unfortunately, I wish that it were different, but right now, the federal government is not behaving in a way that is constitutional. So there is very little reassurance that I can have when it is said to me, we're not sharing information. Because when I go to actually read the policy, I see too many open doors. And I think it would really behoove this council to ensure that we have some more discussion on what privacy should look like for our residents here. And the fact that there is no data being presented as to how these cameras have positively affected other cities, I don't see why it would be prudent financially for us to move forward with this technology. I think it's really important to continue to have this conversation. And I would love to see the data from the 8 other contract cities so that we can have a very thorough discussion. And that should be the baseline of the discussion. I understand that anecdotally, it seems like these may provide something, but I cannot base a decision that could potentially open the door to civil liberties being disregarded here in the city of Vista. Also, the last thing that I just want to highlight is that out of these contract cities, Vista, we continue to see our crime rate decrease. And with that, I will say there is a direct connection to the type of social programs that we have developed here with youth scholarships, with different type of resource assistance to folks. That is what has contributed to a huge decrease in crime. I think the last time you were here, Captain, we were, going through some of the data for our city. And the city of Vista really stood out compared to the other contract cities like El Cajon or San Marcos. And we had a decrease in crime of 18.3%, which was a huge difference from the other cities. And we didn't have this technology. What we had was connecting human beings to the resources that they need and not moving towards the criminalization of folks and really trying to help our community that just, some of these youth, they don't have anybody to care after them, or their parents are just tapped out going on their 3rd job of the day. And so the scholarships that we provided, over 2,000 of them, we're seeing the impact from that. So I want to continue to investigate how we can use the public's money to ensure we have comprehensive public safety. And when I get the data from the 8 other contract cities, I really look forward to continuing to have that discussion. I don't believe that there's a motion on the floor, but I'll go ahead and make a motion that we move to not accept the recommendations before us. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I have quite a few questions for you. So there's been some concerns that were brought up tonight and through email conversations I've had with individuals. And one of them is, what is the percentage of false positives that actually hit on these? So the gentleman had brought up that there was an individual in the Bay Area that their car was recovered, but they had been pulled over and pulled out at gunpoint and led to a lawsuit. Is that a common occurrence, or how do we scrub the data once a vehicle is recovered and that license plate is no longer needed in the system?
I would say it's very uncommon. Could it happen? Sure. But the way that it works, and I'd actually like to turn it over to Noah to talk about when the data is actually put into the hot list, how that works, and how we avoid that from happening.
Sure. Good evening. So with the Flock LPR system, the only time that we are going to receive an alert or a hit is if the LPR recognizes that a license plate is on what's called the hot list. And the hot list is comprised only of vehicles that are felony associated, they're stolen vehicles, or they're missing persons at risk that we need to find to bring them home to safety. If one of our law enforcement officers or deputy sheriffs gets that alert, like any other stolen plate or vehicle, it is incumbent on that law enforcement officer to verify that it is in fact stolen. It is a match. It's on the same vehicle from the report. If an alert is received and a deputy takes action based solely off of that, that is where the issues come. But it is our training and our best practice that when we receive that alert, we verify it through dispatch, we verify it through our computer system that that is in fact a match before we take law enforcement action.
And, you know, we kind of touched on it, but how is success measured, right? I mean, I don't know what the percentage of a DUI checkpoint is, but if I can get one drunk driver off the street at nighttime, I consider that successful. So I think that the parameters that we're trying to discuss, and they are valid concerns that we have, is how are we judging success within this program? Because it is something I want to be supportive of, but I also want to know, you know, there was an instance in District 4, 11 units responded, K-9 units, 3 different agencies, because there was an individual who was a domestic violence instance. Would an LPR have helped prevent that? They had an active warrant out on them. Would that have pinged and allowed our deputies to know that they were in our community?
It very well could, and I could use the example that happened last week when a woman was forced out of her vehicle. Her vehicle was taken. The individual left Vista. We had no idea where he was, where he went. It actually took the plate being entered into a hot sheet, and it in fact hit on Carlsbad's license plate readers, which allowed Carlsbad to find this vehicle from the carjacking and take the individual into custody. So unfortunately, Vista is dark in that regard. We don't know where he went, but we do know he ended up at Carlsbad because they have the technology.
Yeah. Are we still a human and drug trafficking hub here in Vista for gang activity?
Vista has its own unique problems, yes.
I ask that because I wonder if this could help curtail, or if there's other success stories in cities where this might have been something that helps prevent that or deter it, since I know it has been an ongoing issue over the years.
Absolutely.
Does it reduce the hours needed as far as manpower for our deputies on the streets, having this technology? I mean, how many people are monitoring it, or is it just like an APB that gets sent out to all of our deputies once the plate pings?
Correct. It's not monitored at all, and it simply gives alerts based off of a hit on a hot list. That's it. Every other plate just simply gets stored, and the storage is based on what we would need for a follow-up investigation. So let's say that a local business is burglarized in the middle of the night, and a vehicle leaves and drives out of the city of Vista. We need that storage period so that we're able to actually go back and look and see what vehicle left that area, and that helps us solve that crime. Because that vehicle obviously may not be on a hot list, but that's the investigative purpose of the ALPRs and the data retention.
And that's the other thing I want to get on. So as far as a retention aspect, you all are one giant unit of the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, but you all are contracted through different cities. So can San Marcos, say, access the Vista database because you are one giant network? However, we would be, in my mind, considered separate agencies. Do they have access to that information because they are part of the larger network, or are we all considered our own individual city?
No, do you want to explain the access point of it?
Who gets granted?
Yes.
Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, absolutely. A deputy sheriff who has access to Flock can view LPR hits in any of our contract cities and wherever our LPRs locate. For who gets access to the Flock system, it's based off of what position you're in. So it's only going to be deputies, it's only going to be our crime analysts, it's only going to be our dispatchers who can relay this information to the field. And to get access, you have to complete not only a Flock training, but you also have to pass a certification test. So this is only open to people on our department that have a need to access it.
So, for example, an officer from the San Diego Police Department cannot access our Flock data. They would have to make a request to the sheriff's office. We would review that, vet it, and then once we are able to confirm that it's for a case, a local case, a state case, then we could release that information to them. But they don't have open access to our Flock system.
And to the extent that you can talk of it, are you aware of any ongoing investigations internally about misuse of information or sharing of data?
I am not aware of any.
Okay. I know that complaints logged have been discussed. I read the same article that you read. It was sent to me. I am curious if we have any knowledge on how many of the agencies that are built within that complaint are actually not part of the county sheriffs, but actually their own independent police agencies. Do we have any data or information on that? Because I know there was an instance with a non-contract city closer to the border, probably 3 or 4 years ago, that did illegally share information. But they were their own independent agency. They were not. I mean, they were the city's police force. So I don't know if you know of any other agencies that are outside of San Diego County Sheriff's Department that you're aware of that did share information.
I am not.
Are the LPRs more effective than the helicopter that flies overhead?
Yes, because it's there 24/7 recording until that 30-day purge period when that record is purged out of the system. It would be like putting a deputy sheriff at every location, but a deputy sheriff that would able to remember every plate that went by. So yeah, it's a force multiplier in that regard.
The number $136,000 was brought up. The maximum units you have, I believe, listed was 13 to 18. So 18 would be the maximum. And if my math is correct, that would be with installation of $150 per unit and $3,000 per unit, that would be $56,700 total to implement this program. And you had said it's a one-year contract that would be instilled on this?
Correct.
I also do want to point out to the public, because I know that there's a lot of concern. Captain Boyce, now Commander Boyce, and yourself and our deputies have done a tremendous job and have made deep efforts to work within our community. I don't think that you're asking this to be nefarious or to do anything illegal or to do anything other than what you have prescribed that you hope it can accomplish within our city. I do understand the community's concerns, especially in the heightened elements that we have at the federal level and how it can seep into the local level as well. But I also have talked to many deputies that have shared their desire to have tools accessible to them to help them be safer and do their jobs. And so my thought on this entire program would be, rather than postpone it, pilot it for 1 year, and then do come back and see if there are any benefits to the city. You know, I want to be cognizant of what's taking place, especially with federal agents, our community, outside agencies and communities that exist, and there is a very deep need to have high networks of security to overlay on this, and I believe that they're in place, but I want to be very clear on this, that if there are instances that become clear that any information is being shared, I will personally agendize this and have it taken back, because that is not the intent that it should be used for. It is not the intent, I think, of this council to implement. Again, I don't think that that is your purpose or that there's any nefarious activity that you hope to bring about with it, but you know, I mean, somebody brought up breached information, and the reality is, I mean, I've had my bank information stolen, I've had my credit card information stolen, my social security number stolen. I couldn't tell you how many email addresses I've had stolen that are on the dark web. Everything we do in society right now is monitored. Everything you do on your computer. You can't go to the grocery store without them taking data on what you're buying so they can try and target and advertise and then sell it to other individuals. All of it is taking place at one time. And it doesn't negate the needs for our community, and it doesn't negate the concerns that exist. But I also think that it's going to be a useful tool, because I'm sure the woman who knew that her spouse was in the neighborhood or found out the hard way and had to call on your services would have much preferred that that individual been apprehended much sooner. So the motion I would make would be a substitute motion to pilot this program for 1 year, bring it back before the council at that time, and make a decision on whether or not we want to keep this program. But I look forward to the comments of the rest of the council, and we'll see the direction it goes.
And Councilmember, there wasn't a second yet for Councilmember Contreras' motion, so your motion to just stand on its own, but I will second it. Councilmember Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming back to us, presenting. I understand that you did some presentations within the community, and I do appreciate that. I also believe that there is more information presented to us at this time than there was previously, although it appears as though there still is some information missing. I have a couple of questions. Regarding SB 34, these requirements, you know, obviously this technology is regulated, and we all understand that. Thank God it's regulated, so that we don't have law enforcement agencies coming into our community with unregulated technology. That would be absolutely disastrous, but it's regulated. However, there is an agency accountable to the state law. So would that be the county, San Diego County Sheriff's Department and the San Diego County, or would that be the city of Vista in this case?
So when the Flock contract is made, we are the owner and end user of the system. So it would fall on the sheriff's office.
Okay, so to be clear, the city of Vista is not the agency that's held accountable to SB 34. It's the County of San Diego.
Yes, it's the law enforcement agency itself.
Fantastic. So that's my first concern, is that the city of Vista, considering that we do have a contract with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, we do not have adequate oversight into this. And in fact, there could be violations of SB 34, and we have no control over it because this is just how our contract works. So that, for me, in governance is always a concern when I don't have direct control. The other question is, you know, this technology is legal, regulated, thank God, but is it effective? And we're still not getting all that data, right? I'm not a fan of making our community a guinea pig for anything. And I understand that there are other cities that have adopted this. So I would expect that there is some data, right, for us maybe to see, you know, the numbers on what type of apprehensions have occurred, what type of crimes were solved, right? As a law enforcement agency, yes, of course, you're tasked with preventing crime, but ultimately, when a crime occurs, how do you apprehend that suspect? and bring any victim to justice. I would say that based on the information we have tonight, I don't have any information as to the effectiveness of this tool and ultimately how that effectiveness it weighs with the risks. And that's my concern tonight, as well as many members of the public, their concerns. And I have received a lot of communication about this item from the public. There are concerns about privacy and surveillance and overreach. And when there's an absence of information about the effectiveness and there's huge questions about the risks of this technology, you know, I'm really not as interested. And in addition, there is a cost associated. What I measured was a maximum cost of $102,000, but that would also include an ongoing cost of up to $54,000 per year per contract. So there's a cost associated with this. We don't have adequate information about its effectiveness. Would have loved to see some more information on that. We also have a really robust contract with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department as it is today. City Manager, what's the total contract amount for, there was a number mentioned by the public of 30.9 million, is that
It's
accurate?
around 30 million, if I remember right.
Yeah, so we're introducing new technology outside of a contract negotiation, right? So we're providing more funds to the San Diego County Sheriff's Department outside of contract discussion. And in my opinion, that's irresponsible. We need to be looking at the entire department and looking at all of the services rendered and identifying where do we need to increase costs? Where do we need to slim costs? What's the quality of services? Are we getting what we're paying for? And you know, to come to us outside of a contract time and say, we want this, I can appreciate how it does, and there have been actual apprehensions from this technology, but it is also occurring with a high cost and a high risk. I cannot get out of my mind that there have been instances of violations, and the mayor asked a question as to whether or not you, Captain, know what those instances were. What was the most recent instance of a violation of whether it be SB 34 or another policy? And ultimately, if you're investigating yourselves, I mean, we don't have that information tonight, and I don't know if we could ever have that information. Are you aware of information that maybe you're not prepared to give tonight, but are you aware of any information that the San Diego County Sheriff's Department has regarding these violations?
Again, the only information I have is from the Cal Matters article. That is the only information that I have regarding any violation.
That is woefully inadequate, and I would hope that we could connect, right, with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department and the entire lineup of leadership to get some accurate information, because you're asking us to introduce a high-risk technology into our community without any information. Oh, we don't know. We don't know when the last time it was that we violated, right? That is absolutely unacceptable for me. So on that basis, excuse me, I will be opposed to introducing this technology and would not vote on the motion on the floor. I believe that this tool is aiming to solve a problem that isn't there. And we do see an increase of government overreach. I think, Mayor, you mentioned, and I apologize, I took a recess earlier, but I was hearing everybody's comments, so I want to make sure that I reflect. There's a comment about how the Supreme Court has ruled that a member of the public is not guaranteed privacy in public. And that very well may be true. But those same type arguments have been used to justify other types of surveillance, including tracking in your vehicle related to vehicle miles traveled, right? And these are the types of arguments that just because a government can doesn't mean a government should. And I am opposed to tools and technologies that take away resources from the community that could be used in other purposes. And I want to speak to something Councilmember O'Donnell asked regarding a domestic violence incident And the question, Councilmember, of would this technology have saved this woman? Perhaps, but what other ways can we prevent domestic violence? There are so many ways to prevent crime and domestic violence in particular. That does not include widespread surveillance or the use of an unknown technology, right? We can be investing in families and in neighborhoods in such a way at $103,000. We can be investing in families and neighborhoods to prevent domestic violence. And so I do find that question an interesting one, because now we're getting into a real important debate. And this is part of, I know, discussions that Councilmember Contreras has brought forward regarding what is our overall approach to crime. And in the city of Vista, we have seen, what was it, City Manager, an 18% reduction in crime? An 18% reduction in crime. And we don't have this technology. Those other cities that have this technology, they saw their crime go up. What did we do different in Vista? We are investing in public welfare. That's the true distinction between us and other cities. We take responsibility for the well-being of our residents here. And in providing those youth scholarships and providing that homeless shelter and enhancing our services and doing community policing, we have been able to reduce crime. And so I'm not convinced that this technology is needed, let alone is it effective, let alone is it safe, and the risks are worth the cost. So I'm definitely going to be opposed, but I also think that we should ask ourselves, what are the ways that we can prevent crime? Whether it's domestic violence, gun violence, vehicular violence, burglary, shoplifting. There's so many criminal issues in our community, and we know that crime is not something that just goes away, right? But there are so many different ways to approach it and to prevent it that I think it's worthwhile having that discussion. So when we ask questions about specific crimes like domestic violence, and if this technology will help those victims, I gotta raise my hand and say, there are other ways we can help those victims as well. And I'm always gonna be a supporter and a promoter of social programs that wrap around a family and make sure that everybody in that family is safe. So what I would like to do is provide a substitute motion. I understand there's a motion and a second. I will provide a substitute motion per the rules. And I would propose that we decline any adoption of the license plate readers at this time. And instead, we can work with our San Diego County Sheriff's Department and with our other city services to evaluate side by side different means of crime prevention. And please return back with the accurate data you have on apprehensions and resolutions from this technology. And then also, let's identify the continued social services that will help to reduce crime and make our community safer, because that's been our new status quo in Vista, is that we have a reduction in crime and we have some of the best services in the county. So my motion would be to reject the approval tonight, but to bring back a discussion on comparing crime prevention strategies that include multiple modalities, whether that be social services, this such technology, or any other suggestions that the San Diego County Sheriff's Department would have. Yes.
Yes, just as a question, so your motion indicates that this will come back, but with the additional data from the 8 contract cities on the effectiveness of the automated license plate readers.
Yes, I think that that's absent here. Also, what's absent here is the true cost associated with this. And I imagine that we are going to need that information from the 8 contract cities in order to evaluate what the actual resolutions have been from this technology. Because I know that there is evidence of different programs and how those programs resolve crime. So yes, I would say that included in my motion is data from those 8 contract cities.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I'll provide a second to that substitute motion.
Councilmember Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. I think, like a lot of people, I have concerns with privacy. I see a lot of pros in this. I see a lot of things that could be done with this that would be beneficial to our community. But I had a few questions as well. I think out of my list, I had a whole page of notes, and I think probably 3/4 of it got answered from other council members, so that's great. But I would like some clarification on the cost. The agenda report lists it as up to $2,700 for installation and an annual cost of $54,000. Are there some other costs that could potentially go into that this doesn't account for?
No. So per camera is $3,000. That's for a year contract for a single camera. Basic installation on a city asset that has city power is $150. There is additional installation costs if you're doing it outside of a city asset or if you require a solar option. But to put it on a city light pole or a traffic signal, it will be $3,000 per camera with $150 installation.
Right, and then the ongoing annual cost, of the $3,000, so for $54,000 a year, if we did is that up to between 12 and 18 cameras or license plate readers, correct?
Correct. It's really hard to tell exactly. It would take the vendor with city personnel to go out and actually look at
Test
the
it.
areas. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I will say that, with the level of cost, the amount of funds that we provide towards public safety and the amount that we invest in our community, with a $30 million total price tag, if we're able to use $50,000 to even get a 1% multiplier on what we're doing here, it would be like one of the best cost-saving things we could possibly do. So I see the benefits to that and the cost savings from utilizing something like this. I mean, if you were to say, it would be like putting a sheriff at 12 or 18 intersections constantly. I'm guessing that would cost a little more than $50,000 to do something like that. Yeah. So, I think it is a fiscally responsible thing to do if we're able to use it as a force multiplier and get more than a 0.3%, extra efficiency out of our deputies out there. So, if the costs are in line with what the agenda report says, I think it sounds like it's, financially would be a good investment. I had some questions about, I think the deputy mayor's question about who the contracts through and everything. I had some related questions to that because that is a very good question. Are we able to have any control at all over the retention policy or anything like that? If we asked you today, say, instead of 30 days, we wanted to do 14, or no retention policy, we want to just scan for open, license for hits, but no long-term recording on anything that's not a hit or something like that. Do we have any opportunities to do anything like that?
I believe you do, because I know that you can request an extended retention policy. But as it stands, when we say 30 days, that's the San Diego Sheriff's Office norm. That's what we're doing in all of our other unincorporated and contract cities. I would have to check with the flock vendor to see if you've lessened the retention. It has to be possible. I'm certain it's just a cloud-based storage.
Right.
So the technology is there, but I don't know of any other sheriff's jurisdiction that goes below 30.
Yeah, because the idea of having a database of, murders, rapes, and, license plates attached to those crimes, and to be able to get pings like someone like that came into Vista, and to be able to, just record that sounds extremely valuable. But then storing the, 99.08% of people that aren't on that list and storing that for 30 days, I could see those people could potentially commit a crime at some point and then check it back to the database, and it would be helpful in those investigations. But, to store it for the sake of a potential future investigation, to me, that's where I feel like the risk versus reward isn't quite as there. Someone who's already on a list of, with open felony warrants is I'm a little bit less concerned about, them pinging a system and like they're in that being stored in a database than, the 99.98% of people that aren't, so. Okay, so that would be interesting. I would be curious to see if that's something we could do. Accountability-wise, you said that the Sheriff's Department does yearly audits and you're thinking about switching to a quarterly audit. Is that something that we could be presented of the outcomes on that as these audits are completed so that we would have the opportunity to know whether or not we would, if we did like something like a one-year pilot, to then decide if this is something we want to continue forward with?
Absolutely. I think that, so they're working to come up with the method for that, because normally the audits were done by a certain person within not only the data service community, but the communications center. But that may be moving to our department of our DIS unit. So that's currently being worked out, but the audits are continuing. They just will become more frequent.
Okay, and I don't think we necessarily need a presentation every quarter or anything like that on it, but if it was something where you could send it to a council member and to the council, and if there was any things that we found concerning that we could bring up and ask for, something before that year meeting. If all of a sudden you get an audit and you've shared data 13,000 times with with outside agencies, I could see that calling maybe a meeting, just to reevaluate. But as long as it's, if it's something where we're able to access those audits and make sure that we have some oversight in this, and that, we can cancel contracts, we have some control, even if it's not through us, but we have the opportunity to revoke and things like that if things go poorly. I think that would give me some peace of mind that we're able to have some control over these things. Yeah, and that data I did take the mayor's point of 44,000 cars on Civic Center per day. If there was a 0.02% hit rate on that, that's almost 100 cars that would potentially be open felony warrants, and that sounds like a kind of terrifying number. So I hope that that's an over-exaggeration, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I think I'd be open to something like the pilot program. I think that's a good idea. If we're going to do this, to make sure that we already have it on our agenda to reevaluate and make sure that it's working the way that we intended, that the benefits outweigh the costs, and yeah. So I think that's where we'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Councilmember Fox, if that information is something that could be wrapped into the monthly report, right? If there's nothing generated that month, because we all receive a monthly report on crime stats. So that's something that I think definitely should be there. Again, we don't have any data. It's really concerning to be calling this a force multiplier when there is no data to indicate that. And I'm just curious, what's the issue from the county side or from the sheriff's side that is saying no LPRs mounted on the vehicles? Because I feel like if this is such an important tool and at the cost, that potentially even mounting them on the vehicle itself would be less. So why hasn't the Sheriff's Department been proactive with their own recommendation?
So as I understand it, the prior contract was through Vigilant. Vigilant did have vehicle-mounted LPRs. I don't believe that Flock currently has vehicle-mounted LPRs. Do you know about that?
I believe they're in progress of making them, but they don't currently have them at market.
Okay.
They may be in a testing phase, but I didn't know that was an option to purchase through them at this time.
Okay. And is there any restriction here you need to, for the LPRs that we're talking about here, you have to come to the city and get our consent to put these, added to the contract that we have? What are the considerations that you have to take to put LPRs on your vehicles?
That I don't know. I have not researched the option of vehicle-mounted LPRs for the city of Vista.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I have to highlight that if it's so important, critically important, and you have vehicles, that's something that I would recommend that the sheriff's department and the county review. Because I'll tell you, I'm kind of tired of having to subsidize the county all the time. We, for decades, were not even receiving the funding necessary for us to address the incidents happening in the county jail. We were out over $200,000 a year, and I do appreciate that there's a conversation. The city manager, did that, was that ever more than a verbal, yes, we'll go ahead and pay you back?
We have received some of the payments. We're still working through that with the chief and the county.
Okay, and how much do they owe us?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, to be honest.
Okay, well, is it safe to say it's like 100,000 or less, or more than 100?
It's over 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be this is so irresponsible for us to say, yes, we're going to give some more money for this additional technology, and yet we have back payments from the county for, us servicing the jail. Because our own firefighters and paramedics had to take time out of their day to create that study, to come to council, and the hottest spot of their utilization is at the county jail. So I am not happy that we still haven't been made whole about that. It's not okay. So I really do believe, I hope that there's majority support for the substitute motion, because it's not saying that we're not going to move forward. It's saying there's a lot of questions here. We need to get more information. It should be available, since 8 other cities out of the 9 have these systems in place. And potentially even, the municipalities that have their own force would probably, be happy to provide that information as well. So we could really gather the information necessary to make a good decision. Because as of now, the county owes us money. And if this is really important and will reduce crime, I think that it behooves the sheriff's department to, with their $1 billion plus budget, to be able to foot the bill for this. So that's where I'm at, and I really hope that there's a council majority that moves forward with us getting more information, because there's clearly a need for more information here.
So the California Highway Patrol currently uses license plate readers in their vehicles and on the highway. All of the cities in the county are using LPRs. All of the contract cities, we're the last one that's not using them. As somebody whose business was burglarized recently, and detectives did all they could to find the perpetrators, I'd like to see more tools in the city of Vista for us to catch criminals, to convict criminals, to keep people safe. I'd like to get stolen cars recovered. I'd like to apprehend fugitives. And I think that's really what the people of Vista want. And this is really much more than just a force multiplier. I mean, this is really a crime cessation tool. And yes, we have seen crime rates fall in the city of Vista. They've actually fallen countywide, and they've fallen a little bit faster in Vista, maybe in part because we had higher crime rates to begin with. We have significant gang crime issues. We have significant cartel gang crime issues internationally. If you're not aware of that, I could tell you stories from the last 5 years that would make your toes curl about some of the kind of international crime that we have taking place right here in our neighborhoods. It's pretty troubling. So, being that we have at least 8 other cities that are contract cities, and all 18 cities in the county, except for Vista, are using these LPRs?
That is correct. Is the city of Lemon Grove on the...
Well, on that basis, and I think it is important to get these data. It sounds like the sheriff's department is not currently keeping data, and it's probably a pretty significant effort to get the information about what the effect of these cameras is. I think we should get that information. I think that we should ask, and we'd ask you to bring us back, how do we get that information? What would it cost to get that information? There are significant public privacy or privacy concerns. We hear those concerns. I think this council is committed to come back and investigate any claims of abuse. The sheriff's office, as you've reported, has established a procedure to audit itself quarterly, to maintain access control, to make sure that only authorized persons have access to the data. But if we do have the ability to catch a few stolen cars every day or to apprehend fugitives, we want fugitives off the street. We don't want them driving through the city of Vista with impunity. I think it's time that we do implement this technology. I'm surprised we're the last. That was not brought to my attention in the last decade. I'm not sure why that was, that we were not getting on board with this, but I think it's time we catch up with the rest of the county and we implement this important technology. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I think there's an important thing that we're missing, because I think that we're framing this conversation around LPRs and SB 54 as that's the only way that you can violate SB 54. And that is not true, is it?
With regard to immigration enforcement, Senate Bill
Correct.
54?
Yes. So SB 54 is not just sharing of license plate data capture. What San Diego County was accused of and has fought is the transfer of inmates to a federal agency. And while there may be some concern or thoughts that LPR data was shared, that hasn't been proven, at least in the articles that I've seen anywhere. I think the other thing in the context of the discussion is we're talking about crime reduction, but this is a tool to aid in investigative crimes that have happened, correct? So we should not expect to see a giant reduction by implementing these programs. Would that be accurate to say?
You could.
You could.
You could. Absolutely.
But you also may not. But you could also see a 5% increase like Encinitas did when they implemented this in their open cases, right? So they closed their closed case data went down by 5% once they implemented this. So, but I also believe that we should get the data that we're looking for. But I also want to be clear, like what we're voting on right now, we still have the final say on where these maps and these cameras go. Is that correct? So, and we haven't decided if we're going to do 12 or 18. The recommendation is how many? Between 12 and 18 or between 13 and 18?
Between 12 and 18. And if I may, I had recommended that they go around the exterior of Vista, specifically to build that wall of going in and out. It isn't to target any specific neighborhood or district. It's to serve all of Vista.
So it's not going to be on some like random street corner in the middle of a neighborhood. I mean, we're talking about the perimeters of the city. Any examples that you'd want to give that you think might be useful areas to put these in?
All main thoroughfares coming in and out of the city, at the city limit itself.
I do want to touch on the comment earlier. I don't agree with the comment of seek and destroy, but I do agree that this is a tool that does aid and benefit our deputies in what you're trying to accomplish and get people off of the streets. How soon could you get data from other cities if we were to request it?
We could reach out as soon as tomorrow and try to collect the data on that. Something that we can work on immediately.
Is it something that you could have within 2 weeks, or is that too short of a time frame?
No, that's reasonable.
I could be supportive of the motion on the floor if it would satisfy the deputy mayor that we bring this back as agenda item number 1 at our next council meeting so we can have further discussion if the data is available. Okay. So I will then withdraw my motion, and I would like to see the information brought forward as far as what data has been captured by other cities. I want you to know that I am still supportive of LPRs, but I think it is imperative to the conversation. The fact that we are the last city out of 18 that does not have this technology is also baffling to me, not just because of where we live, but because of the majority that existed in the city for so long. I am surprised that it hasn't been brought forward sooner. So, but I agree that having that information is pertinent to this discussion, and it allows us to clarify what we're trying to do. It doesn't mean that you know, the outcome may be different, but it also could be, because if we're not seeing a return on that investment, it very well could go the other direction. But I've talked to enough deputies that have told me that this can help them. I know that you and I have had extensive conversations. You came to my town hall. Much like the mayor, when I spoke to my residents, not one person in there was against the LPRs. They did have concerns about the cameras, and I share concerns about cameras in public spaces, but my community has asked for these. So I'm going to be cognizant of the fact that I've asked for more data in the past, so I think it'd be disingenuous if I didn't at least adhere to that request and accept it. So I'm happy to do that, but I would like this prioritized as an agenda item on the next council meeting.
So just a point of clarification, the deputy mayor's motion asked for other data besides the effectiveness in the 8 contract cities. So are you asking staff to bring back well, the motion needs to be clarified on what data needs to be brought back in 2 weeks.
Are you ready to yield to Deputy Mayor?
If you could
If I
answer,
may.
yeah.
Yes, so there is a couple data points that I think need to be brought back. Yes, you're right, this is about crime resolution, right? But there has been comments about crime prevention, right? And so whatever data the San Diego County Sheriff's Department has related to crime prevention, I think that our city needs to know. Also, I would like data from the other contract cities as to what resolutions have occurred. And then I think the most important data is related to breaches and violations. And I really appreciate Councilmember O'Donnell. There are more than one ways for those violations to occur. But since we are not in full control of accountability of the policies, I would like to see how the San Diego County Sheriff's Department has responded to those violations, and that has not been presented tonight.
So I would agree. So for me, crime prevention and case resolution would be important data points to have. As far as the response, I don't disagree with the assertion, but also I have not seen, and maybe this is just the ability to have not found it yet, but I have not seen a direct instance outside of accusation that has actually been brought forward outside of the transfer of inmates. And so, at least by the county sheriffs. Now, I've seen it, like I said, in cities closer to the border that have violated SB 54. So if there are instances, and I know that so there have been public comments stating that there are clear instances and proven cases of this happening, and if those can't be brought forward to me, and I will do my research, I will continue to look for them, but if those direct instances can't be brought forward, it's hard for me to use that as a baseline to deny it.
I understand, and we do have our contractor here that is not able to articulate any of those concerns, and so perhaps at this next discussion, they can clarify for us if there have been violations and what those violations look like.
I would appreciate that. But I just want to make sure that it's not hearsay and that they are clear violations of what actually took place. Because I agree with the community concern, especially in light of what's been mentioned about federal agencies.
And if I could, Councilmember O'Donnell, if the captain were to have stated, this is our record of, our policy and breaches of our policy, and this is how we've addressed it, I would be in a different position tonight, but that information was not presented to us.
So anything you can bring forward would be helpful. But the things that I'm looking for most are proven case resolution, percentages of crime prevention. I don't know if those two will correlate hand in hand, but I think it's important to look at least as a metric from other contract cities. And if there are any proven cases that are currently being investigated, and I don't even know if you'd be able to disclose or have access to that type of information. But if there are investigations taking place on breach of data, that would be pertinent to have as well, so that way we can show it to the public and what we're looking at. But I just, I really do want to be clear that SB 54 can be violated in numerous different ways. And so I don't want to, lack of a better term, handcuff this procedure or this process by conflating one instance with the multitude of instances that could take place across the state. But those are all my comments, and yes, I am ready to yield the floor.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that the seconder of the substitute motion is supportive of the inclusion of all that data that we're hoping to address. I think we've had a more expansive discussion.
Yes, I am supportive of that.
Okay. So a few more follow-up questions. Thank you, Councilmember O'Donnell, for reflecting on the poll cameras. That was also on our recommendations to provide direction to discuss. I haven't heard from the whole council And if I am this critical of a simple license plate reader tool, you can imagine my position on video surveillance of our community, and I am adamantly opposed. So I want to go forward and say that I am opposed to the Safe Street poll cameras. I don't think it's necessary technology. I think it carries more risks than not. But also I have a question. So Captain, you mentioned the mapping, and I really do look forward to working with my council on the best location for this technology if it's approved. Is the standard practice for every single contract city, or every city that has these flock cameras, to put it on the perimeter of their city?
No,
Okay, so what's the standard for other cities?
there is no standard. It's based on what that city prefers. Some cities have license plate readers spread throughout the entire city. And like I said, some cities have it surrounding their city to catch the incoming and outbound traffic.
So we might not be quite at this point of the discussion yet, but pending approval, when we do review mapping of the cameras, it would be beneficial to know where the other cities' cameras are, because let's say, Melrose to Carlsbad, right? Let's say there's cameras installed there. Where are Carlsbad's cameras? And, would it behoove us to have them in different locations based on the locations of other contract cities? So just to keep that in mind in the future. And then I would love to hear from any of my other colleagues, Councilmember Fox, Mayor John Franklin, your thoughts on cameras in the public right-of-way.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I mean, seeing as that I'm not in favor of any of these recommendations at this time, I'm not in favor of the surveillance. Also, if you want to have a camera that you can share the information with the sheriff's department, there is a whole process for you to be able to do that if you want to be sharing your information. I really appreciate the mapping. So just to understand, say this item were to say today it moves forward and it's adopted. Is there a second conversation as to where to put it, where to map it, that comes as a separate discussion, or was that the intention with this item?
We were intending to get direction from council tonight, and if approved, then we would go out and map the specific locations and the exact number, and then we would come back and let you know exactly where those are going. But we need to do some additional research to determine the number.
Okay, and so all that would be provided to the public as information as to where these would go?
We had planned to bring it back on like a consent calendar item to inform the council and the public as to what the final input was for all of these.
So the public would know the exact location of where these are?
Correct.
Okay. Fantastic. I just have a quick question, and Captain, I don't know if you have the answer to this, but if the camera or database, if any of the technology for these different Safe Street program aspects, if it breaks, who services them? Is that someone that we have that's on staff, or is that contracted?
It's all inclusive through Flock Safety. The $3,000 a year per camera covers all maintenance and replacement of the camera if it's faulty.
So, and Flock is the private company?
Correct.
Okay. And in the contract that I don't know if it's the county that has it or the sheriff's department that has it with Flock, are there specific parameters that safeguard the privacy? Because they shouldn't be, tapping in. It's kind of like, I don't know if you've seen, but with some of the printers, when you actually go to just get rid of your printer, they tell you should actually wipe all the information because someone can get that printer and there's tons of information stored in there. So I'm just curious what the parameters are and if that's something that you could bring back of the contract between Flock and the department to see what safeguards are there, because I just want to ensure that that is also some proactive safety measures are there to ensure that the repair or whatever accessing of this sensitive information, I just don't know what that looks like. So is that information available to the public?
We can speak on it now if you'd like.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So are you discussing the Flock LPR camera?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so there's no local storage on the Flock cameras. All of that is sent through the cloud. And if you're wondering about the security parameters of that, on how that's dealt with, so Flock is what's called CGIS compliant. So CGIS is the Criminal Justice Information Services, and that's an outline and protocol structure for securing that data that the DOJ and FBI has outlined. There's one thing to be compliant in it, and there's another thing to receive what's called an ACE seal. So an ACE is an audit and compliant expert. So Flock has hired these third-party company to do an audit of their systems, their protocols, their safety measures, and they pass and receive that seal. They use data encryption, secure cloud storage. Their personnel security is trained in a certain way to adhere to those protocols. And in addition to that, the cloud storage is used via AWS GovCloud. So AWS is Amazon Web Services. That's available to businesses and the public. The extra service on that is the GovCloud, which is a higher version to meet stringent security and compliance requirements for US government agencies and organizations. So that's everything from DOJ files to HIPAA information. It's all in that same highest tier of cloud encryption storage and data.
With the company Amazon?
Correct. One of their web services, yes.
Okay. I'm sure that what you told me was intended to give me some relief, but it actually makes me have a lot more questions. But I really appreciate you giving me that information and to the public, because I think it's really critical. We see that some of the corporate citizens of this country are not behaving in the best way. So
that would be the highest level of web-based cloud storage that's available.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I mean, and that's probably why, that's being utilized. It's not to say that there aren't still some privacy concerns, but it's good to have that information. Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate this discussion.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, just because we need direction, I don't think we provided any direction on cameras or on the shotgun or the gunshot detection. So my understanding is that the gunshot detection technology has changed since we last spoke. Is that correct?
It has not changed.
It has not changed? Councilmember O'Donnell, would you be satisfied if we dispense with this LPR issue and then immediately discuss the gunshot detection issue?
Sure.
You mind if we?
Yeah. I mean, we can do that.
I'd like to clear this thing off the decks.
Well, my only thing, I just want to get clarification, because if it's to tell staff that we want them to bring it back as a discussion to get all the updated information, I'd be supportive of that, to have a larger discussion around it. As far as cameras, I would request the same type of information, statistical data that we would ask for crime reduction or solvency, whatever it might be. But those are only my comments. I would like to have those discussions. I'm not against having them. I just want to make sure that there is support from the council to do so.
Okay, Councilmember Fox.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, is just, having an idea of how many we would want, some places that they would go, the same kinds of things for that we would get from this, and any other kind of data. So, I'm open to discussing that as well. It's, I think my level of scrutiny on the camera storage would even be a little bit higher than the LPRs, but, I think that with the right level of safeguards in place, that it could be something I'd be open to. So that was it.
Okay, I want to get clarity on what the motion is, because the substitute motion, which is now the one prevailing on the floor, was to decline the recommendation, I believe, originally. No? Can you restate?
The motion is to request the following information to be brought back at the soonest available next council meeting. And that information was on the data available from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department on crime prevention, crime solvency, as well as policies and policy violations. Oh, did you write it down? Appreciate that. Data of breaches and data from the 8 contract cities. And then we would move forward with approval or disapproval with that information.
Okay. On that basis, I will support the motion. I think there are fair questions that have been raised. I don't know if you have the data or not, but we'll find out when you start asking for it. I think they're fair questions that deserve to be asked and answered. So with that, let's go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Mayor, if I may, before you vote, I don't think we're going to have all this data in 2 weeks. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that we can get it all done in 10 days and put it on your next
let me
agenda
ask the council
5 days ahead of the packet.
Oh, that's fine. Let me ask the council to agree to ask you to bring it back as soon as is practicable.
I have a tremendous amount of faith in the staff, but I will respect your wishes to move it to a further agendized meeting.
Yeah, just as soon as you're able to do a competent inquiry.
And if I can make one final comment, I do not support this item, but I presented a substitute motion so that I can encourage my council members to ask those difficult questions, which I appreciate. We've all agreed that we do expect a high amount of information to come from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. So I will be voting yes on this item as a way of supporting the questions at hand. And I want to be reasonable with staff time as well. Thank you.
Okay, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion to effectively continue this item with questions to the next possible, according to the city manager's abilities. That motion is, and the sheriff. Thank you very much, Captain and Lieutenant. Thank you very much. Okay, actually, we're not quite done with this. Yeah, I wanted to discuss the gunshot detection further. This is something I have been asked about a lot. And Captain, also, we've had a lot of not only illegal fireworks, which is 4th of July type fireworks, but we've had some issues with homemade dangerous fireworks that we've been investigating the last couple of years. Would these gunshot detection systems detect explosive devices that are detonated?
It would record and recognize an explosive noise based out of the library. But however, what the technology wouldn't be able to do. So normally when it hears the noise, it goes to the library of sounds that it has, and it's able to tell you exactly what kind of gun that would be, what caliber it would be. Sure. It triangulates and tells you where it's at. However, if it hears a firework, it's going to tell you that the sound occurred. It's just not going to be able to identify what it is exactly.
Yeah. This ability to detect an explosion or a gunshot and to give you triangulated information about the location in real time, this is, in my opinion, I look forward to hearing what the council says about it, but I can't possibly imagine that we wouldn't be for this. This is not taking anybody's picture. This is helping us get to the scene of a gunshot quickly. This is letting people know if you discharge a weapon in the city limits or set off an explosive, you're going to have a deputy showing up real quickly. So don't do it. There's no reason for anybody to be discharging a weapon in the city limits. It's not legal. I have been asked so many times, when is Vista going to get gunshot detection? I know we have some questions about the technology. You've recommended a vendor to us. I would like to hear you explain a little bit, because I understand there was a pilot project in San Marcos, so there was a vendor used there that the sheriff's office was not happy with. How many cities have gunshot detection? And I mean, this technology is not new technology. This is fairly mature. So what was the experience in San Marcos? And Are there unsettled or unanswered questions about the effectiveness of this technology? Or are there vendors that we feel we have a settled grasp on the effectiveness of the technology?
So the technology that is still currently being tested in San Marcos is Triangula. So this is a software that we purchase and that we put on our own devices in our own housings. So that's why it's still being tested. It still requires field testing. It still requires testing within the city limits itself. So no, it's still a pilot program and it hasn't been up and running fully at this point.
Well, that all sounds very experimental, but I mean, we know that other cities are using gunshot detection technology. I mean, it's not my awareness that this is new technology. It sounds like there's new technology being used, or it's a technology from an untested vendor. But isn't this mature technology? I mean, what is the history of this technology and its deployment in San Diego County? What do we know about the effectiveness of this?
So other agencies have used it. San Diego Police Department has used it. I don't believe they are still continuing with that technology. But yes, it's not a new technology, but it's growing. Like, for example, Flock Safety, they offer a gunshot detection that goes hand in hand with their ALPR cameras. So the technology is out there with different vendors, but the one that we are currently exploring is with Triangula.
Okay, and how long have those been installed in San Marcos? Do we know?
It's probably been a year at this point.
Okay. It sounds like it sounds like maybe we could have more information on this gunshot detection technology.
Yes.
Yeah?
Well, what we were wanting was to expand the pilot testing into the city of Vista. And then if it works, then we would have the option to have you agree to keep it here. But it was just the option to move it out of San Marcos into other areas as well.
Does it work?
It works to some extent, but we're still testing it. Like I said, it's based off of where it's placed because it has to triangulate a sound to be able to locate where that sound came from.
So maybe in some areas with less coverage, it's less effective than other areas.
Yes.
Okay. I'm guessing the council is going to have a lot of questions about this, but my question is it mature technology or is it not mature technology? Why is San Diego taken out? If the sheriff's office doesn't have experience with a vendor, is this the only place the sheriff's office is deployed? This gunshot technology is in San Marcos?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It sounds like we're not probably going to make a decision on it tonight. Then it sounds like we need more information. But from my perspective, if it's and the citizens believe that this is possible. I mean, there's widespread belief that this technology exists and that it's effective. If it does exist and it is effective, then I would love to deploy it if it's cost effective in the city of Vista, so that we can send deputies to the location of gunfire. Because if there's one place I think we want deputies to know what's going on immediately, it's where there's guns being discharged. So with that, I'm not going to make a motion to adopt it tonight because I think we need more information on this too. I think maybe we need to bring some technical expertise to these conversations. But I am very interested in implementing that technology, extremely interested. I also, because we're not going to move forward on this tonight, I am very much in favor. I know we implemented cameras over on the eucalyptus side of the building. Do we have cameras in the other parts of our parking lots? Okay, that's a good thing. I'd like to see us have cameras in our parks. I don't want to put cameras facing people's houses, but I think people have an expectation in the park that there's some level of supervision. Certainly, I know in Deputy Mayor's district at Bub Williamson Park, very active neighbors. I think it would be phenomenal for the deputies. And honestly, could you share access to those cameras with our Parks Department?
No.
Okay. That's too bad. I'd love for our Parks Department to have visibility into the parks. So maybe we do it. it'd be great if there were one camera system that we could both access. But I would like to see us have some general visibility into the parks so that we don't have the manpower to have somebody at all the parks. It would be great to be able to call up on a camera and see what's going on in the parks. I would like to guarantee, to the extent we can, to the people of Vista that when they are in the park, when they bring their kids to the park, that we're able to provide some level of safety. And there's too much illegal activity going on in the parks. And that's to include illegal sleeping, vandalism, destruction of our bathrooms. Obviously, we're not putting cameras inside the bathrooms, but it'd be nice to know who's coming and going, and have some awareness of when there is vandalism. I think we all would like to take better care of our parks and do a better job of guaranteeing, seniors and children and families' safety in our parks. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you for continuing this discussion, Mayor. Regarding the gunshot detection pilot program, I agree we need more information. Any discussion of new technology comes with risks, right? With some of the other items we talked about, the risks are associated with privacy. With this, there's still a risk of the cost, and we need to understand the effectiveness. I am pleased to hear that the San Diego County Sheriff's Department is using discretion when it comes to their contractors. So if you're not satisfied, you will move on. I think that that's really important to see because, despite the city of Vista being the last one, right, to adopt some of these technologies, maybe ultimately it means that we're having better outcomes with the technologies. And then further, I would just adamantly say that I would not advocate for public surveillance in the parks. I can appreciate all of the measures that we take to keep our residents safe, but I'm just not interested in that type of governance. I think that it's dangerous. I see this occurring in other countries where there's surveillance under the guise of safety. And I do not think it is the way. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, the cameras are a tough one because I grew up with cameras in my park, and having grown up in a city that is no stranger to crime, I wouldn't be supportive on street corners or something like that because while crime dropped by like 130% on those corners, it went up by like 1,000% the block down, right? So they didn't stop committing the crime, they just moved over. But in parks, I'm open to the dialogue, and I'd like to learn more about it and have that information presented to us because I know other cities throughout San Diego County have adopted that technology. For the gunshot detection, from a privacy standpoint, they're just microphones, right? They're not cameras.
Correct. It only records the sound of an explosion, and it does not keep that recording. It just keeps the alert.
So I think it's important that we get the data on that and have a more technical conversation, but I don't personally see the data concerns as far as collection of data or privacy concerns over the gunshot detection technology. But I'm glad to have that conversation. But yeah, I thought that we were going to have, at least at the conversation that we had, that there was a different technology or the technology had advanced within this program.
I was explaining the difference between the current technology in San Marcos that's being tested and the Flock technology that you mentioned to me.
So it would not be Flock?
It would not be Flock.
Okay, that's good clarification. But yeah, I'm happy to have that conversation in the near future.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to highlight the fact that we've gone through a parks master plan and we've asked folks what they want to see in their parks, and I don't think anybody talked about them wanting to have cameras in the park. So I'm, of course, open to the discussion, but I think first and foremost, what we've heard from the public loud and clear is that we just need to be maintaining our parks better and putting some more money towards the restrooms, keeping them clean. I would much rather do that before we start putting up a camera because there's a cost associated with either one of those. And I think the public has been very clear about what they want to see in their parks.
Okay, that's going to bring us to our last discussion item tonight. Thank you very much, Captain and Lieutenant. Regarding potential Home Key Plus projects in Vista, If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise your hand feature, by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Housing and Homeless Services Manager, Jonathan Lung, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. This item solicits a discussion from the City Council regarding potential HomeKey Plus projects in Vista in partnership with nonprofit Dignity Moves. Also with me tonight are Imelda Huerta, Assistant City Manager, and Joanne Price, Dignity Moves co-founder and Chief Real Estate Officer, who will also be presenting information for the City Council's consideration. Discussions of a HomeKey Plus project in Vista began on June 3rd, 2025, when Dignity Moves contacted city leaders to explore HomeKey Plus projects in Vista based on Senator Catherine Blakespeare's recommendation. At the time of that contact, $70 million of HomeKey Plus funds were left unallocated and available in San Diego County. On June 26th, the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Homelessness received a presentation at the Standing Committee meeting from Ms. Price with options for projects at 200 Michigan Avenue and the Gloria McClellan Senior Center. On July 10th, staff met with All Saints Episcopal Church, who had previously expressed their interest in constructing affordable housing on their lot, which currently contains a vacant preschool building at 651 Eucalyptus Avenue. All Saints has since replied that this project does not align with their timeline for redevelopment of that site. On July 22nd, staff toured the Solutions for Change properties at and around 722 West California Avenue with San Diego Rescue Mission in consideration for its use for the city's permanent navigation center project. San Diego Rescue Mission and city staff agreed the properties would not be appropriate for the navigation center, but staff have since considered its use for a HomeKey Plus project. Next, Ms. Price will provide an overview of Dignity Moves' work with HomeKey Plus and explore the properties in Vista identified above.
Thank you for allowing me to present tonight. I'm Joanne Price. I'm co-founder and Chief Real Estate Officer with Dignity Moves. We're a Silicon Valley startup that was born out of the pandemic, and we specifically focus on unsheltered homelessness. That's the most visible that you see, and we do so by building acutely low-income housing. And as Jonathan mentioned, we presented back in June, and I'm actually thrilled to be here tonight because since we presented to the city's task force back in June, the state has lifted the deadline application. So those deadlines, those time constraints have disappeared, and the county is now issuing a new RFP in the first week of September. And that's important because the counties are responsible for addressing homelessness, yet it's the cities like yourselves, you get all the rap from the neighbors, the public, the business owners that are suffering. And not only is it the right thing to do, it's the fiscally responsible thing to do. If we allow the status quo to continue, the situation is only going to get worse when we know that it costs twice as much to leave people out on the streets. And that's where we step in. We know that there's a lot of angst and there's unprecedented times, there's uncertainty about ongoing funding, but that's what we do best. We do the impossible, and it's in our DNA, and we do it with a leap of faith. And we build cost-effective housing in rapid times because we address the crisis, the housing crisis that's on the street, as the emergency as it is. And since I started this journey back in HomeKey Round 1, I'm proud to say that as of last week, we've secured our first HomeKey Plus project with the County of Ventura, and we've raised $190 million for housing the homeless and built 779 units. And we've done that up and down the state by helping cities like yourselves. In fact, our very first project, this was with the City of Mountain View, it took that leap of faith. And when we built it, Newsom came onto site and said, wow, how did you get this passed? Because at the time, HomeKey was really dedicated towards building and renovating hotels, yet we had built out-of-the-ground construction with modular construction, and we built so at $170,000 a door. That's a fraction of the cost of the state's cost for housing, and we've done so in 6 months. And it was such a success that the Urban Land Institute awarded us that year with the America's Awards for Excellence. And we beat out billion-dollar projects, billion-dollar developments. And how did we do that? We build typically with, a lot of people call it modular construction, or it could be prefab construction. It's not the size of a shipping container. It can be customized to certain uses. But the cost, as you can see on the screen, is very comparable to traditional type V wood construction. That's the stick-built construction. Because when you work in the factory, you're not working at prevailing wage. Yeah, every project that's done with public funding on site has to be done at prevailing wage, and it typically adds about $100 per square foot. And it saves time. When we're putting in the utilities and getting the site prep for the units are being built in the factory. And so what that means is my general conditions, my general requirements, those costs are slashed. And I'll give you some real examples. The first project that we done, we built it in 6 months. The following project in round 2 at Labath Landing, we even surpassed our own standards, and we built that in a record 4.5 months. In fact, it was the only project in round 2 built up construction to win an early occupancy bonus. And you can see the costs. The costs are coming in at least half the cost of the state's average for permanent supportive housing, which is about $650K a door. And we continue that into round 3. Again, $200K a door, $350K a door. And Oakland, we only just started Oakland in March of this year, yet we're going to be finished at the end of September. Again, that's a record 6 months. And this is the latest project that we just secured with County of Ventura. It's a HomeKey Plus project, permanent units, 88, coming in at $300K a door. So the opportunity with the City of Vista is to try and leverage some of those dollars that are outstanding. And that doesn't mean it's committing you to anything today. It means like we could explore potential application. And even though you could submit an application for HomeKey, there's no guarantee that you'll win an award. And the focus of this, the round of funding that's coming out is for veterans. And as Jonathan was mentioning, we've done a couple of test fits for previous sites that didn't work out for one reason or another, timing, location. And Azure in particular, this is a kind of a state-of-the-art modular vendor. They use printed technology, 3D printed technology, and they use recycled water bottles. So for every unit that they create, that they build, manufacture, we're using 150,000 recycled water bottles. And this is the first community that's built in the nation with that technology. However, it hasn't been built in 2 stories. So that's a potential for the City of Vista on the site of California Ave. This would be probably a 2-story structure with all the supportive spaces and amenities that you would need in a community for people coming in off the streets or at the risk of homelessness. And I say at the risk of homelessness because ongoing operations costs are a concern. Yeah, we all need to understand how we're going to operate this, not only in year 1 to 5, but in years 10 to 15. So under HomeKey, it provides 5 years of OPEX matched with a contribution, typically from the county. So I'm guessing the county is issuing the RFP. So what we've kind of run a brief pro forma that would look at something like $1 million a year to operate something like this. But we have to remember that there's a rental income coming in. And there's already 11 residents on site, and they're paying $1,500 a month. And this is for housing that, quite frankly, could need a good facelift or good renovation. And those people could actually stay here under the terms, or what we understand are the terms of the HomeKey NOFA, to help support the performer on the ongoing operations. And one last thing that we're looking at with other jurisdictions is a resident steward model. We know with the funding, there's changes coming and that there will be strings attached. and people will be expected to work or even volunteer as like to receive benefits. And that resident steward model has the opportunity to reduce costs even further. So with that, I'm going to conclude my discussion, and I'll hand it over to you all to have a discussion. But really the ask is, there's an opportunity here to tap into some unallocated funds and do good for the city of Vista in collaboration with the county and get at least 30 veterans off the street. And I'm willing to try if you're willing to try. And why shouldn't we try? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have two members of the public that have requested to speak on this item. We'll hear first from Sid Rothenberg and then from Maybe Castro.
Good evening again. What came to my attention today when looking through the entire packet of information was, first of all, I think it's a great program and I'm happy that the city is considering this program. I wasn't clear that it was just for veterans until listening to you. But what got my attention was at the end of this printout, and what she skipped over quickly in the screen shows, was that a test site was shown as being on properties behind the senior center on Bringle Terrace. And that's what disturbs me, because it is a park, and I think it should remain as a park, and the city should not be considering looking at it as for anything else unless it's, I'm going to say, designed for seniors or, what have you, or park function. And so that's what I wanted to speak to. If you're going to use it, I would like to see some emphasis on these units, maybe for the unhoused seniors, men or women, because we get 4 to 5 calls a month at the senior center for seniors looking for housing, and where can they have the resources? So that was my principal reason for wanting to speak when I saw that they were going to do a site test behind the senior center in the park, because I think that's totally inappropriate. But I do applaud that they've come forward to the city, and I think it's looks like an excellent project and program, and I would be in favor in seeing the city, going forward with this or considering it as an option, just not the location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maybe Castro.
Hi there. Good evening. Mabi Castro, Chief Impact Officer for Lifeline Community Services, the current tenant of 200 Michigan. I just wanted to come speak with you all and emphasize the services that Lifeline does in the city of Vista. We've been a partner with the city of Vista for over 50 years. We want to continue being a partner with the city of Vista. So again, just wanted to come be present in case there was any questions around the discussion with 200 Michigan, which has been one of the options presented before. And we did meet with Joanne and staff to have the discussion at length about that site. So again, just wanted to make sure I was present in case there were questions that came directed at us.
Tell us about your interest in partnering, whether you have some or none or much.
Yes, so Lifeline has concerns with this being built on the 200 Michigan site. Currently, the services that we do at that site serve children between ages 4 and 12. We serve about 10,000 youth every year at that site. And so research does show that the co-location of these services with the therapy that we provide at the site doesn't lead to the outcomes that we currently see. And so we, again, share those concerns. We are part of that continuum of care. It's a very uncomfortable position to be at odds with services that we do want to see for the community. We just think that the location at 200 Michigan, that doesn't go well with the services that we provide.
Thank you. I could not agree more with Sid Rothenberg's comments. It makes me not happy to see that drawing, and I wish you wouldn't show it again, the one about the gym port, putting it at the senior center. That one is a non-starter. And it's going to make some people unhappy in our community. And as we move forward, I would just ask you to remove that image, because I was there at the senior center the other day. Every parking space was full. We need those parking spaces for our senior center. Our senior center subscription is on the up right now, huge participation. So we need that. And yeah, we don't want to turn our parks into places where people live. The entire purpose of the park is to defend that space for a general community use, and to recognize that if we allow, we have to defend some space and say, no housing here, no industrial, no business. This is just community use, and people need open spaces. So putting housing in our parks is just absolutely a non-starter. I couldn't be more. But to the merit of your application, I had some degree of hope that you might find some interest from, I'll let you know if I have any more questions for you. Some of my colleagues might. I'll let you know.
You want me to stand up?
Yeah, just grab a seat and we'll let you know if we have questions for you. If it could have been a happy partnership there, I would have maybe gotten more excited about the Michigan site. But if it's not compatible with Lifeline, a partner we've been, 50 years we've been partners with Lifeline, providing services. I think it's 30,000 Vista residents, right, that you provide services to at Lifeline? 25,000. Yeah, only 25,000. So yeah, that's something that we don't want to rock the boat on. But we had this poinsettia lot that we looked at that I don't think was appropriate for the NAV Center.
Still to be determined.
Maybe that's appropriate for this. And it was available for $2 million, not out of reach to acquire. I do support the idea of having transitional housing for a number of people that we can, help get them out of our navigation center into some housing options. We certainly know that that's a needed thing. So it's definitely not a no. It's just, it is difficult, obviously, to find pieces of land in Vista that are not already built on. So we'll work with you on that. And I know, we have a shot clock running, but we just got to find the right place to put it. I like the idea of veterans. I will tell you, when we did our last point in time count, or numbers that we had, was it point in time count or was it from Exodus? We had numbers that we had 11 veterans on our streets. But we do know, and I just introduced our San Diego Rescue Mission folks to a female who was a homeless veteran who was living on Thibodaux Road, just down the street from my office, and she was a veteran. We helped her get a VASH voucher. I don't know, do VASH vouchers work? I mean, you talk about veterans housing. How does, I will ask you this question, how does this home key work with VASH housing, with the VASH vouchers? Do we know the answer to that?
Yeah, I'll add, and I'll let Ms. Price add any additional information, but the VASH vouchers could be applied as project-based vouchers that could apply for this project through the county.
How would the rent be priced based on the home key model?
It depends on the populations. When you run the pro formas, you can run it at 0 to 15%, then up to 30%, and Home Key Plus allows you to go all the way up to 50%. So in the case of San Diego, where your AMI is, what, 130,000, somebody making $59,000 a year could actually move in. And it would be a mix of housing to make sure that the pro forma would pencil out.
Thank you for that. If we're going to donate land to this, then I think it should be very low. Is that the lowest band of AMI that they recognize?
There's a new recognition by the state of acutely low, which is 0 to 15, but very low, or is still
I'm guessing people that are coming out of our shelter are going to be in the acutely low.
Oh, yeah, presumed benefit for.
Yeah, maybe we could go acutely low and very low, but I don't know how that impinges on your capital stack, as they call it, whether that makes the project pencil. But I think where we have the greatest need is to provide a pathway out of our navigation center for people who are recovering from chronic homelessness. And also, you know, nobody wants to say it, but we're rushing to build all this, you know, stuff that's in the middle bands where people are basically at, you know, they're basically nearly 100% of AMI or above. And, you know, when we're providing subsidy for somebody making $143,300, which is 120% of AMI, which is currently $119,500 for the county, when we see these projects come in that are utilizing public resources and receiving federal tax credits, and they're serving people who are making more than 99% of our Vista City employees, you know, that's not solving the problem. That's, you know, to me, this program that you're identifying, this is to help really actually get people off the streets. And, you know, once they have a little success in a shelter, hopefully get them into that. So, you know, I don't know how much acutely low and very low you can accommodate and still make it pencil. How much of the higher bands do you need?
It's a balancing act, and it's also augmented by capital coming in from the county, and even philanthropy might step in.
Well, I think that's a really important question for us because I mean, we don't have a piece of property yet, so we can't know really what size of how many units, but what's your sweet spot here? We're talking 50 units?
30 to 40.
30 to 40 units. So if half of those are going to be in an income category that's not even really our target, you know, I think we got to think about this because we need housing that's for people that are recovering from chronic homelessness. We need a pathway out of the shelter. That's what our shelter operators are telling us, is they need to be able to get people out of the shelter. And, you know, the VASH voucher system seems to be working. I see, you know, every veteran that I have, you know, we've housed a good number of veterans. The biggest problem we have is we get a unit, it's open, and we go back and we can't find them. And then the unit sits there vacant for 30 days that some other veteran could have had it. So, you know, we need units for that, but we need a pathway out for our shelter residents. So let me go.
And on our Homekey Oakland project, that's for 40 seniors.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it's not even using vouchers, it's using a CalAIM support.
A what support?
CalAIM, medical insurance.
Yeah.
It's paid for by the county, but there's two different funding buckets. One is CalAIM, and then one is a supplemental income. It's not even a voucher.
Are either of those, is Medi-Cal, is that any part of the funding structure for the Grove or for National Corps project that they built?
No, but it could be for this upcoming Homekey Plus project.
Okay.
It's mandatory. You would have to look at something like a medical system to support the ongoing supportive services. And those 40 units are coming out at $843,000 a year to operate. And it's covered predominantly by the county. And what happens in Homekey, you'll have, because they match 5 years, the county money doesn't need to kick in until 2030, 2031,
right, after
the project is built.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, I'm going to have you sit down, and if council members have a question for you, we've built some great projects for seniors. We've built some great affordable projects. You're looking for a contribution of land, and you're looking at some prize pieces of real estate in the city portfolio. I think we can expand beyond that, particularly when you're looking at some pieces of land that would be a problem. You know, in order for us to contribute millions of dollars at this point, because, you know, what's the balance of our housing fund? I should say, what's the uncommitted balance
I can find out. It's close to 5, maybe 7 million.
Yeah. So
That's
we
not
have
including
money
902
for the
Vista
next
Village.
project, but I'm telling you, we're building a whole lot of stuff, and I would love to come back and have a report from you, Mr. Lung, about how are we meeting the need of the community with the subsidized housing that we have invested in. We haven't done that. We haven't had that discussion. And that would be really good. I mean, we're building some projects right now on city land that we contributed that's supposed to meet this exact need. It's supposed to be wraparound. And I think we need to hear more about wraparound services from this project as well. What kind of wraparound services? Let me ask you to address that. What kind of wraparound services are you offering? What kind of supportive services?
It would really be a conversation, an agreement with the City of Vista, like when you design the program, what those services would look like, and you're balancing the budget again. But at the core, you'll have case management, at least like 1-to-20 ratio.
Are you managing that, or are we managing that?
Typically, the cities would go out and select, like go through like a RFP process,
Okay.
but we also work to identify best in class in the communities that we go into. And we're also starting to look at this resident steward model that I talked about, because we're all about innovation, and we also find like the barriers that are hindering building more housing. So we're looking at a supportive service resident model to help slash the cost.
Okay, I'm interested to learn more about, thank you so much. I'm interested to learn more about that, but, you know, National Core was a great, we invested $500,000. And how many units did we get there?
52.
52. We had a very low investment, and we got a very high return. We got units for people that are really at some of the lower income bands, if memory serves.
Yes.
When are we having them back to do the next? I mean, I have routinely been very supportive of getting seniors off the street. You know, I have, when we build this stuff for people who are in their, you know, their senior years, they need help more than others. I'm very supportive of that, but that kind of project where we invested $500,000 out of our housing fund, we didn't have to give up any valuable land. We're doing a lot of things, but I'm not hearing something I can really latch onto here. Give us $500,000, we build 50 units, phenomenal. Give us a piece of land, we're going to build 100 and how many units on the two pieces just north of downtown?
We have
120
62
units?
on one and 70 on the other, so 132.
Yeah, you know, the return on investment is really there. So I'd like to hear my colleagues talk about that ROI. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say thank you to staff for connecting with Dignity Moves. And I also want to say thank you to Senator Catherine Blakespear, who initially connected me to Dignity Moves. And from there, we've been able to have discussions with staffs where we're at least identifying potential sites for such a project. And we have very limited public land available. As the mayor said, we do have a number of projects that we've already committed some of our property to. But that just shows that the city council has an appetite to do these types of projects. Not every city is as ambitious as us in resolving homelessness and also, as the mayor said, meeting the need of housing for our community. Ms. Price, I have a question about demographics and services. So there has been an emphasis on veteran services, but my understanding is that if we were to find an opportunity and partner with you, that we can modify the demographics and really serve the population that we see fit. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, you know, veterans are obviously a concern to our council and to the community, seniors. I also think transitional aged youth. We do have some recent TAY programs in Vista, but we need more. So I think that there are some overlaps and options we can look at. I'm not so sure about the price point of the property. Where was it you said, Mayor, on Poinsettia? I think that that's going a little bit high for that property. But I do want to see us investigate all of our options. What's the status of conversations with the church? I know we had conversations with St. Francis, and they've been interested in providing land and building housing. What's the status there?
I haven't had any conversations with St. Francis. Was it All Saints you're referring
All
to?
Saints,
All
excuse
Saints,
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
All
Mhm.
Saints, unfortunately, they're not able to accommodate the timeline that we had proposed to them. With the new NOFA, as Ms. Price mentioned, we do have an extended deadline time. Of course, time is of the essence with rolling applications. I'll also note that originally the discussion did revolve around seniors, but now there's a priority for veterans, which is why the conversation has shifted towards veterans. That doesn't disqualify the other demographics. It just makes it less feasible of an application. But we could consider it still if that is a priority for council.
Well, I'd like to hear from my whole council as to what demographics you'd like to prioritize and where you might identify a site, because I know our staff has been working really diligently on this, but we want to be able to provide some direction. And I don't want to rule out any demographics. I think Ms. Castro brings up an important point about the demographics at Lifeline being oriented towards youth services. And so if we're able to provide youth and family-related housing, perhaps that would be appropriate. Ms. Castro, would you be available for a quick question? Thank you so much for your time. Obviously, the work that y'all are doing at 200 Michigan, you're very central, right? You are addressing the need of youth. From many conversations within your organization, with your board members, I certainly understand that there's a belief within Lifeline that we need more housing. Would your board be interested in getting a presentation on this? I don't know how they've been briefed on this item, but I think that our staff would be, really open. I know we talked about senior demographics and veteran demographics, but we have to talk about youth as well. So if that's an opportunity, we would love to come and visit and give a presentation to your board.
Yeah, absolutely. And there definitely have been conversations around the need for housing. I know, I don't know if the conversation has been had with each and every one of you, but we've definitely talked to a few of you about our desire to see some sort of stick-built development at 200 Michigan that we'd be open to, partnering with for families. So that's something that we definitely have been talking to with the board. I know that in our conversations with Dignity Moves, the topic of transitional age youth did come up. For us, it continues to be that the population that we're serving on that site, it's different needs than the transitional age youth that we house. So even though they're nearby, they're not on the same location. So again, there is a need for housing for the populations that we're serving.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. And I appreciate the opportunity for maybe our staff to connect and maybe do a study, right, with your board to see, how can we collaborate on that site? That would be a really great opportunity. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And in addition to the 200 Michigan site, there is the proposed map at the senior center. I understand that's a highly utilized parking lot. So whenever we're looking at existing parking lots for any type of construction or programming, it starts to get a little bit sticky when we do identify that the parking lot is used very often. We're really at a difficult point where we don't have a lot of public sites left available. So I would love to hear from the rest of my council, what is possible for this, because ultimately, whatever site it is, and I know that site seems to be the most difficult question, right? Whenever we talk about homeless services, housing, the site tends to be the most difficult question. But I really believe the most difficult question is funding. And right now, the County of San Diego has funding on the table. And so I don't want us to miss out. Other cities are just standing by, right? They're not really taking action on this. And we could be the city to conquer this problem and to receive those funds. But it is going to take some ingenuity and direction from our council. So, I'm open to having those discussions, to talking about demographics that are going to be a good fit, and, go from there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I do have, in looking at the different sites, I'm just curious about West California, 732 West California, and 468 West Los Angeles. It's just, I mean, it sounds like it's two different places, but just for the public's good, it's actually one corner is one road, and then the other side is the other road. So it's actually corner lots. What's the status with that?
Yeah, so those are all the adjacent parcels that are under the control of Solutions for Change, who are currently trying to dispose of them in the preparation for their move to Green Oaks Ranch. They're retaining the Academy Solutions Academy building and the community center, but those adjacent parcels along that corner there are all for sale. There is one property under escrow, and then Joanna and I met with their staff today to take a look at the 468 parcel, which is about...
That one's bigger than the
acre.
732, right?
They're about the same size. It might be a little bit
Okay.
larger because it does host a two-story apartment building along with some carports and then a single-family
Right.
structure that is
Yeah, I'm
in pretty
familiar.
bad disrepair, yeah.
Familiar with the, and yeah, they're a little worn, those buildings. So are we talking about that we would need to purchase and demo?
We would flatten them.
Yeah, that's probably it. Are we able to the details of the price, is that something that we need to have as a closed session item, or is that something that we can discuss now?
I have an asking price that I might share if the city manager would be okay with that.
Yeah.
They're asking $3 million for that parcel.
Okay, and so we could use Project Home Key, it looks like, to acquire the land as well?
We could. There is an expectation that the city have some leverage funds or matching funds, which in general, most localities will purchase and provide the land and then apply for the rehabilitation or construction costs for the project. But it is possible to apply for the purchase price as well.
I think that it would be really appropriate for us to continue having this conversation and really zeroing in on 468 West Los Angeles. That's in my district. I'm super familiar with this area. The Boys and Girls Club is down the street. We're about to have a new park off Benito. So, and I just think that this area could use some improvement too. So looking at these modular designs, they're really nice. I think we really, as a city, need to have a mix of different housing available, because at the end of the day, what is missing for folks when they're home, when they're ready to move on to their permanent home, is that they cannot find one. So, any kind of transitional housing or permanent housing that is, deed restricted affordable, I think we need to pursue that. I'm not someone who wants to leave money on the table. There's a lot. What's the money on the table right now? Like how much is available?
There's 70 with the current round, and the next round I think was just funded for $200 million. There's right now $70 million on the table for San Diego County.
And no one is tapping into it?
There are likely some awards. I haven't seen any awarded yet.
So
Applications,
what's
I should say.
available is the 70 million plus 200 million potentially coming. Yeah, if you want to provide any details.
So the initial allocation was 148 million, and then there were applications submitted for about 70 million. So there's about 50% money left. And then the state extended the deadline, so the county thought it needed to reissue the RFP.
Okay. So there's about, $78 million out there.
Yeah.
And is there any restriction on how much funding that we can access?
I've done awards for 51 million, 35 million. It all depends on the appetite of the city.
We absolutely need to move forward with this. I'm not someone to leave money on the table, and I'm going to tell the city, we need to move forward on this. We can't just be saying, hey, this land doesn't work, let's get some more land. If this allows us to acquire land so that we can make a huge progress on our strategic plan to address homelessness. We absolutely need to move forward with this. I think it might, thank you so much, I appreciate it. At this point, I think it's appropriate because you're looking for direction, so a motion would be appropriate. I'm going to make a motion that council discusses the acquisition of 468 West Los Angeles Drive for the purpose of continuing our conversations with Project Homekey so that we can address our strategic plan to address homelessness, so we can further that plan. Is there anything I missed that I should put in that motion?
Just to clarify, good evening.
Sure.
As part of this motion, maybe this is a question for the city attorney regarding the appraisal. Would that be part of the future discussions?
We do have that policy for an appraisal.
You have voted on a council policy
Right.
that requires an appraisal, before we can make any, or you can
Okay,
make any.
so maybe let me scrap my motion and let me do this, because we did have a very lengthy discussion, and I'm glad that we have the appraisal process. So my motion is going to be that we move forward with an appraisal for 468 West Los Angeles Drive, and that is brought back for a council discussion for the purpose of, it's Project Homekey, right, is the purpose of it?
HomeKey Plus, yes.
Yeah, perfect. So does everybody understand my motion? Are we good? All right, awesome. That's the motion on the floor. Thank you.
May I suggest, and I think that Mr. Conley would join me in this, I find significant agreement with you here. I would prefer that we withhold on this motion and that we remove this to closed session. It would benefit the city and the taxpayers if we were to, and I think we can do a lot of good on this.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's why I even, brought it up, but can we maybe have a closed session? In that case, can we just look at, in the closed session, a lot of different properties and properties that are suitable for this? Please bring to closed session.
Sure.
Yeah, so that will be the motion that I'm making, is that properties that are suitable for this project, bring to a closed session for council to have a discussion as quickly as possible.
I would support that. Councilmember Fox.
Yeah, and I think I could support that as well. I did have the pleasure of speaking with Senator Blake Spear. She was over at my office building recording a podcast, so I got to run into her on her way into the podcast, and then she was telling me about your organization. So while she was recording, I quickly looked you up and she's like, you should look into them. So I did while, of course, she was still there. So on the way out, I could tell her I looked into it. So I was really interested in a lot of the work that you did. It seems like there was a lot of really cool programs that you had. I mean, this conversation seems to be around the HomeKey Plus because of a funding opportunity that's current and pressing. But if I remember correctly, you had some things about private properties and getting them tax breaks and all kinds of cool stuff. If they basically let you use their land, then they get to write it off, and they get to write off fair market value and all kinds of fun stuff like that, which I thought was really cool. Because we do have some old, decrepit buildings out there that are, could potentially be sites that if they're going to be able to save some money and, they're not utilizing it and haven't for a couple decades, then, maybe there's an opportunity there. So, I just thought that was a really cool program. I also had questions if this application is only for something like permanent supportive housing, interim, shelter, are all the different types of programs on the table for this, or is it only one type?
Permanent supportive housing only.
Permanent supportive only. Okay. Is that okay? That checks out. Okay. With the two particular properties that were listed in this presentation, I think I have some reservations. I think whatever they are, we'd have to have the buy-in from the organizations. I would never force this on Lifeline. If they don't see the value in it, I'm not going to tell them what what to add to their parking lot. But and I do have concerns about putting on a park. I agree, parks are for parks and housing. That's why we do zoning. That's why we're up here. And so, but that being said, I think this is a great program. I think if there is funding available and we're taking this seriously, we need to look into all options. And so, if there's I don't know what the process would be to going to private owners of underutilized land and asking them, hey, would you be willing to partner on this? And if that would even qualify for this program, or is that something that Dignity Moves does that's separate from this program? So there's a couple questions on that. Is that something you could address? Would the private properties be on the table for something like this, a partnership rather than us purchasing it?
They can, and it can also be a ground lease, and the property owner would be would get property tax exemption. You can do it on an interim basis. Under HomeKey Plus, it would have to be for 55 years.
Okay. I mean,
and
so.
The private property owners have given us property for $1 a year for free. It's
just so they basically get the
program.
write-off and maintenance on their property and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah. Sounds good. Well, I probably just put a lot more properties on your list, so I apologize for that. But no, I mean, it sounds like a great program. I'm supportive. I'll second the motion. It sounds like no one else has yet, so I look forward to hearing more.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I think this is a tremendous opportunity. I really do agree. I would like to bring it to closed session as well, just because I have a lot of questions regarding the financials regarding these properties or surrounding these properties. The only question I will ask in the public, when you say $3 million, is that for 468 and 732, or are they independent of one another, so they'd be $3 million apiece?
Two different addresses on one APN, so it's for that entire lot.
So it'd be the total lot would be
Yes,
would be
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. That is that's good to know. I'm open to the programming of this as far as who's going to be serviced by it. What is our population of unhoused veterans in the city of Vista at the moment?
According to the 2025 point time count, it was 7 unsheltered veterans in Vista. As the mayor mentioned, San Diego Rescue Mission by name list identified closer to 11.
Okay.
Yeah. I should also note, for permanent supportive housing, placements would primarily come from coordinated entry systems, so it wouldn't be limited to just Vista veterans experiencing homelessness.
Awesome. So that was my
Yes,
next
you get
question,
access.
because I want every veteran off the street, but I also think that no child should ever sleep on the street as well. So if we could find something that would be a mixed purpose in that sense, I'd be very open to that as something moving forward. As far as statistics on, I guess those were my only questions, is because I think that kind of gives a direction of where I'd like to go. I am curious on statistics of who utilizes the safe parking most. I mean, do we have that type of information?
We do, yeah. We have a monthly report. We also have the workshop coming up. We will have the demographics, including age ranges for that program.
Awesome. Yeah, I thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work on this. I really do look forward to the conversation. I think it is a tremendous opportunity. I am going to tell you I will not put any of these in Brangle Terrace Park next to the senior center, so I agree, take that out of the slides. But I appreciate the effort in trying to fit them all in there. It was well done. I just can't support that. But yeah, I'll look forward to future discussion. But yeah, I definitely, for me, it's going to be veterans and families with children that I would like to service with these. Hopefully the council will agree, but I do look forward to further discussions in the future.
The last question for me is, what was it, Mabi, what was the demographic that you wanted to house, and why was it that Dignity Moves didn't line that up exactly as you would specify, or as Lifeline would specify? Why was there not a potential partnership there?
Yeah, so when we're thinking about the development of that site, what we would like to see is a development similar to what's diagonal of the street of our building to meet the needs of the community more. We're thinking this would be families, so they may or may not be Lifeline clients, but it would be family housing, really a combo of low income and regular housing. We're also thinking if we see something develop there, it would be nice to see something that goes up 3, 4 stories, 5 stories. I mean, again, to really add to the needs in the community. I know there's a need for housing amongst the clients that we serve, amongst the folks in the area. So.
Interesting. We'll have to have a longer conversation about the future of that piece of land and Lifeline's offices, and I think there will always be a place for Lifeline in Vista, but we'll have to talk more about that.
Absolutely, yeah. And I know I had mentioned to staff that we are starting to explore what some of those partnerships could look like and potentially bring that to you all as a presentation so that we can get that discussion moving.
Great.
Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Councilmember O'Donnell said about veterans and families. And I'm wondering, obviously, we don't have this property yet, and we don't have this facility. But in the future, if we do, I'm wondering, how we can partner with even Operation Hope, because we saw that like 40% of their clients are actually children. Right. And so we know that once their program is over, there's just not enough housing out there for them. So anyways, thank you so much. This has been such a great discussion, and thank you for being here. We're not going to leave this money on the table.
Okay, so for the record, we have a motion and a second, and that motion is to instruct staff to bring a conversation on real estate acquisition in general to closed session. Great. I know we don't need a motion, but we have a motion and a second, and it makes the council happy, so we're going to have a vote. Cast your votes. I was going to say that, Walter, but I just and just for the clarification, I think we figured out that state law requires us to have an appraisal, or we don't get out of that because we're a charter city, do we? I don't think we do. Yeah, we created a policy to follow the state law, which is a good thing. We always want to abide by the state law. Okay, that item is approved. There's 11 minutes left, so unless there's a unanimous desire to adjourn, okay, we'll have a long bout of comments here. Callison, do you have anything to report to the? No? Are you sure? You can speak for 11 minutes. And Kathy, you have some exciting things to tell us from the city clerk's office, don't you? Only 10 minutes. Walter, you got any good jokes? No? I know where Carlsbad put their LPRs. Oh, very good. All right. Mr. Conley.
We're closed Monday for Labor Day. Just a reminder, that's the only announcement I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Beautiful. I'll keep it short too. I have a North County Dispatch Joint Powers Authority meeting tomorrow that I'll update everyone after. It's Taco Tuesday, and I love my wife, Mina.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I'm going to talk really slow so everybody knows what's going on.
You got at
if
least
you all
9.5
remember, in
minutes.
2023, I brought forward a resolution opposing AB 205, Section 739.9. Well, for all of our SDGE customers, you will see a new rate increase on your October bill for $26, which is significantly lower than the $97 that they wanted to charge us, or somewhere roughly thereabout. But this council did oppose that bill and asked for it to be repealed. California Public Utility Commission did not agree, but they did amend some of it. The only quick Cal Cities update I have, SB 707, it will require that all councils do an audio-visual through 2030. Believe it or not, that doesn't happen in every single council meeting across the state. So that would require that. Senator Blakespear spoke about
What does that mean, an audio-visual?
Zoom. TV broadcast.
Oh,
yeah. So
I see.
You have to be able to communicate via Zoom or whatever other.
I see. Very good.
I don't think so. And so Senator Blakespear was there, spoke about regional cooperation on homelessness solutions, which is a great topic I think that we should bring up, because I feel like Vista is doing so much, and some of our surrounding cities aren't quite carrying the load that we are, but I'm happy to do it. But we definitely should get some more regional support. But also mentioned a $12 billion shortfall in the state budget, so we can expect some funding cuts moving forward. Those are all my notes. My wife's birthday was in July. We were not in session, so happy belated birthday to my lovely wife, Allie. I love you very much. Look forward to seeing you. Thank you for letting me serve on this council, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Bruce.
Yeah, just real quick, our downtown committee meets this Thursday. This is our 5th meeting, And we're going to be at the Morris Vance Community Room, just right over here. Please come, because we have the traffic study, we have the landscaping design, and we're going to talk about all of it. So it looks really amazing. The committee is amazing, and I can't wait to bring those recommendations forward to the council. But everything's looking great. Hopefully you can join. Thank you. Have a great night. Oh, and if you want to pick up trash, Guerreras en Acción. Every single Wednesday, they're out there picking trash. They're at 6 years now. They just hit their 6th year, I think August 19th. So fantastic work. All right, good night.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you again to Senator Catherine Blakespear. I had the opportunity to sit on a panel with some other leaders throughout the county and talk about what City of Vista is doing and what other cities should get on board with as well. Also, as a little bit of fun this weekend, on Sunday, August 31st, is the 35th annual Rod Run Car Show, which is a lot of fun. I've always gone to the car show. It's just so cool seeing all the classic cars, and I hope everybody has a wonderful week and enjoys. Happy Labor Day.
Okay, this is the last weekend to see Fiddler on the Roof at the Moonlight Amphitheater. The critically acclaimed production closes on August 30th. For tickets and details, visit moonlightstage.com. The Wave Water Park will be open this Saturday through Labor Day on September 1. Visit thewavewaterpark.com for more information. And as mentioned, don't miss the 35th Annual Vista Rod Run on Sunday, August 31, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. More than 350 classic cars will fill our downtown streets. Family-friendly fun. Visit discovervista.com for more details. Thank you to my beautiful wife, Shauna, for allowing me to serve our city. She is already asleep, and I look forward to joining her shortly. Good night, everyone.